on educating for justice through peace. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Where educators will be sharing their experiences, practices, and thoughts. My name is Salima Ibrahim Khan, and I will be one of the hosts for today's events. I'm a vice principal with the Peel District School Board in Canada and also a graduate student at the University of Toronto.
Hello, my name is Annie Look. I am co-hosting today with Salima. I am an educational leadership and policy scholar based in Toronto, Canada. Before we start today, we would like to first acknowledge the land where we live and work in Turtle Island, the name that Indigenous people call this land, now we know as North America before colonization. Salima and I are both speaking to you from Toronto, which is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. And it is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit.
Following from the Jaijagat Building Capacity Series for Justice and Peace webinar that was in June, there was an interest in delving deeper into education for peace. Some of the Jaijagat organizing team noted the importance of creating workshops or webinars for practicing educators, especially school-based educators. In early July, a few of us contacted a number of the educators who had been involved in the Building Capacity Series and began a process of planning a workshop and webinar series called Educating for Justice Through Peace. Through the group, which has members from Canada, the United States, Mexico, India, South Africa, has committed to facilitating 6 workshops and webinars, one per month from September 2020 to February 2021. In communicating with Jill Carr-Harris, and others involved in the September 26th to October 2nd webinar series, the education group has determined that September 27th was a great day for us to launch this series.
And today, we will be taking you through a journey of 4 panels with exceptional scholars and practitioners in peace education. We have 2 panels of 4 speakers each on their stories and pathways to educating for peace. We're also launching a new podcast today called Speaking Our Peace. And our last panel features speakers from Latin America talking about education for peace and equity. Each panel runs roughly an hour to 2 hours each. In between the panels, we also have 2 music segments today. Jamajay Singh, our fantastic curator, has gathered different pieces of music for today. And quoting Jamajay, the themes of these pieces center around the principles of music as a catalyst for change, specifically educating people towards change, creating an awareness of socio-political cultural biases, climate challenges. With that in mind, there are also a couple of spoken word pieces included along with a few songs addressing nature, praying to it, and then invoking change. We're also presenting videos showing examples of teaching children for peace through the use of the arts.
In order to prepare for this full day of discussions, we'd like to do an activity with you all. This activity is based on the idea called 200-Year Present that was presented by Elise Boulding, a sociologist on peace and conflict studies. This will help us to think beyond our immediate present.
So this is what we'd like you to think about today, or right now. If you want, you can take out a piece of paper to write this, to jot down some notes to help you work along with us. So now think about who's the oldest person who had held you in their arms. So Salima, what would your answer be for this?
Okay, so for me, an example of the oldest person would be my grandmother.
And then now think about the birth year of this person. So Salima, what year was your grandmother born?
She was born in the 1920s. I don't know the exact date.
Now think about, close enough. Now think about the youngest person whom you've held in your own arms. So Salima, who would that be for you?
That would be my son.
So let's assume that your son or whoever you're thinking would live a long and healthy life, and think about what year this young person will live until. So Salima, what would you say that about your son?
So my son is 10 right now, and if he lives to about 90, that would take us to 2100.
So from 1920 to 2100, we're looking at 180 years, which is roughly 200 years. This is the time frame where you're directly influenced by someone from nearly 100 years ago, and also where you have a direct impact to 100 years from now.
So
This is
if
the
I were
200-year present time frame that we would like you to think about for today's event.
So if I were to think about that in terms of my grandmother and my son, I know Elise Boulding said in an interview once that the 200-year present is a way of thinking about change. So if I think about that, and I think about my grandmother who in Guyana had her own store, and she used to make lots of clothing for everyone that lived in the village, but she also made a lot of uniforms for kids that went to school. And if somebody couldn't afford the clothing or the uniforms for their kids, she would just give it to them so that they could go to school. And I think about this when I think of my son, about caring for others and giving what you have. And I know for my grandmother, something like that was very important to her because she was an orphan and she didn't have much growing up, but she always really revered education. So that was important to her. So when I think about my son, I think about caring for others and helping others in any way possible.
So this is just one story from Salima as an example. So as you go through today, the different panels that we have today, we'd like to ask you to engage in your own thinking about your own personal 200-year present. And ask yourself, what are you building from the past and what are you sharing with the future? And so we're going to ask each one of you to contribute your own words or phrases on the Zoom chat box. And include the words 200 years prior to your own words and phrases so that we know that those are the words we will take. So we have someone helping us out, Sigrid Roman, who's a doctoral student from the University of Toronto, who will collect all these words and phrases and present later today to show us kind of how we all come together and thinking about this idea. Are we showing the whiteboard for now, or are we not doing that? Wait, so I'll repeat the instructions. So think about the 200-year present and think about your own 200-year present and ask yourself the question, what are you building from the past and sharing with the future? And just think of a few words. So in Salima's example, the words that she had were strength and independence and helping to share the load with others as they won't always ask for help. So just write down whatever comes to mind when you think about your own 200-year present. And you can do that, you can do it right now, and you can do it, as you hear the different speakers through the day. But just in the chat box, just put down 200 years so that we know those are the words that we will take into our collection of words and phrases in the end. Is that good? There are more instructions in the chat box, so that will stay hopefully through the day. I don't know how it works.
Yeah, and I think one good question to think about, which is in the chat box, is what are we building from the past into the future? Okay.
All right.
We're good. I'm going to move on.
Oh wait, we're sharing the screen.
Oh, we're going to share the whiteboard. Perfect.
Yeah. It's just white right now. I thought we had some examples.
It's probably taking time.
Jen Majay, Sigrid has a board that's been started. Maybe
Yeah.
you can show it a little later if you can make sure that you get the link from her. Okay?
Sure, sure.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe when we wrap up the first panel, we can show, and show what we've got so far as an example, just so that, but, as you think about, as you listen through the different discussions today, think about just not immediately, I think the idea is just not so much thinking about immediately what you're doing personally, but think about the lessons that you're drawing, or the learning, the teachings that you're drawing from your past, from the people that you've worked with in the past, people, your ancestors, and whatever, to also the lessons and the teachings that you're passing on to the future. So think a little broader in terms of creating change and sustaining change through time.
Awesome.
Should we start the first panel?
Yeah. All right. So our first panel is Stories and Pathways to Education for Peace. So we'd like to welcome Urvashi Sani, an educationist and founder of the Study Hall Education Foundation in Lucknow, India. Fatima Hendricks, an occupational therapist, educator, and member of the Medina Institute for Nonviolence and Peace in Cape Town, South Africa. Fatima is also a faculty member at the Chicago State University in Chicago. Christy Mahood, a teacher of students with mild to moderate cognitive disabilities, working with the Edmonton Public School Board in Edmonton, Canada. Reva Joshi, an associate professor at the University of Toronto in Toronto, Canada. She's also a member of the Jai Jagat International Advisory Committee, as well as the co-chair of the Mahatma Gandhi Canadian Foundation for World Peace. This panel will be moderated by Simone Chervell. Simone is a teacher from the Edmonton Public School Board in Edmonton, Canada. And you may take it away, Simone.
Thank you very much, Salima and Annie. Well, I feel very privileged to work with this exciting panel. And just as Annie and Salima did, I would like to acknowledge that I am here in Edmonton. I am on Treaty 6 territory, which is the ancestral and traditional territory of the Cree, Dene, Blackfoot, Saulteaux, Nakota Sioux, as well as the Métis. I'd like to acknowledge the many First Nations, Métis and Inuit, whose footsteps have marked these lands for generations. We are grateful for the traditional knowledge keepers and elders who are still with us today and those who have gone before us. We recognize the land as an act of reconciliation and gratitude to those whose territory we reside on or are visiting. So it's really important that we do acknowledge the place where we are from. And I am going to introduce each of our panelists just briefly. And what they are going to do is they are going to share their stories, the stories that led them to educating for peace. And you will find that each and every one of them have taken a different pathway. And by sharing their stories, we hope that you will think about how you arrived at peace education and how you might create change in the world through your education. My first panelist that I'm going to introduce is Urvashi, who is joining us from India and has an absolutely amazing story to share. Now, if you have questions that you would like address, please type them in the chat room and we will do our best to have her address your questions. So, Urvashi, educationist and founder of the Study Hall Education and Foundation, I would like you to please share your amazing story. Go ahead.
Thank you, Simone, and good evening to everyone. I am from Lucknow, which is in the north of India, and it's 6:30 in the evening here just now. Thank you very much, and I'm very glad to be here on the panel with all the other amazing panelists. So I want to take off from the exercise that Annie asked us to do about the 200 years. And I want to really start many years ago. My parents, my father came from Rawalpindi, which is now in Pakistan, and my mother too. And they made the journey in 1947 when India and Pakistan separated. It was a partition. And they waded really through the bloodbaths that followed. Very violent ripping apart of the nation and communities. And came as refugees. They were not married then. My father was just 20. He had lost his own father when he was 14, his mother at 19. And just as he was getting his bearings at 20, once again, he was rendered homeless and he came with other refugees and his younger. My mother made a similar journey. She was 15, going to be 16. And on the day that Mahatma Gandhi ji was shot dead, January 30th, 1948, both my parents got married. She was 16 and he was 20. And they moved to Pune. And then they had all of us. My mother bore 7 children. They were very poor, penniless, homeless. And when I think of the trauma that they had just been through, I really marvel at how they might have done this. And I don't think I understood the trauma of partition that they lived with, the violence in which they were born. My father was a violent man. He was also a very strongly patriarchal man. He had come from what was then Pakistan, and he brought all his values with him, very strong patriarchal values. And that's how he raised me, his daughter. He believed that daughters should be good wives, good mothers, servile, obedient, and submissive. And when I was 17, I remember when I grew up, I was raised. If I was reading a book, my father would come and tell me, why aren't you working with your mother in the kitchen? Why are you wasting your time? My brothers went out to play cricket in the evening and I was supposed to iron all the clothes. And I spent a lot of my time helping my mother and taking care of my younger brother when I was 7 and he was 4. He was 3. He was 4 years younger than me. And I know that I wasn't happy with this, but I accepted it unquestioningly, thinking, and I just accepted it. And then, of course, as girls are supposed to be, my father didn't think that an education was important for a girl, even though I did really well in my school. So I was married soon after that to a man I really didn't even know and shipped off to Lucknow, where I am just now, which was 1,000 kilometers away, where I knew no one. And I had 2 daughters, and I remember how my second daughter wailed when she was born, as though a great misfortune had befallen the family. I was hurt and humiliated, but I just took it as part of being a woman. I remember getting very angry. And then one day in 1982, I got a call from my mother in Pune saying that, your cousin she's been burnt, and so you should go to Delhi. My cousin was then 24, I was 27. And she had a little baby girl, 2-year-old. And she was married to a chartered accountant. She went to the same school as I did. We had grown up together. So I rushed, of course. And before I got there, I was told that she had died and that she had burnt herself to death. The earth shook for me. It just shook. I can't even tell you how the core of my being shook. I just could not believe this. Can you imagine someone burning themselves to death? Can you imagine a live person being burned? And when I got there, what shocked me even more were the reactions. My father said that, she's brought so much shame to the family. My aunt, his sister, who had a terrible marriage herself, her husband was a drug addict, he beat her. She said, well, girls these days have no endurance. And her daughter-in-law, who died 2 years later of an insulin overdose, said, well, she's free. And when I asked her mother, I said, did you know she's so unhappy? And she says, you know, women are not supposed to be happy, but you don't do this. And my silent response to this was that, you know, God, it could have been me and it's never going to be me. It turned out it was really a dowry murder. I went back home and, of course, clutched my daughters to my heart. And, you know, then that was when I began to question my own life so far. And I decided I had to do something. So I thought I would start a helpline and, you know, talk to distressed women and help them. I didn't know what I was going to do, but I thought I would help them. And then wiser head said, no, we have to form an organization. And we started the first family counseling center in UP. While I was doing that, I would talk to girls in schools and colleges and talk to them about marriage and talk to them about their lives. And it was through that I understood that their education was as deficient as mine had been. I went to this great private school and, you know, I did really well. And yet when I was being married off at 17, I never thought to question it because I had not learned the important lesson that I was an equal person. To find a way through education, it gives us many opportunities to teach girls and boys lessons of equality, lessons of humanity and dignity, how to treat each other with respect and love. And that is the way you live, that is the kind of relationship you want. And that's what led me to choose education as my pathway, to achieve gender justice really. But it was born out of, and even now, what drives me to that is all the violence that women have to face. India has 4 rapes an hour, even now. And so, all these years, if you ask me my story, and as I was listening to Annie, and I'm thinking of the whole journey, it was really born out of violence. And I didn't realize how traumatized my parents were through partition. I didn't realize how much I was traumatized by that. And it was only the huge tragedy of my cousin's death that brought all of that up to the fore and led me to seek a pathway. And it is in my work with these girls, in listening to their story, that I've really found myself and found my own way, still finding. Thank you.
Thank you, Urvashi. What a moving story. So I'm hearing you say how you grew up in a very violent environment, and yet somehow that gave you strength and the recognition that you are an equal person, equal to boys, and you chose the path of education as a way to pass on that message, not only to other girls and women, but also to boys. And that's just a very moving story. And I would like our listeners to think about Urvashi's story and what kind of questions they might have, how they might recognize in themselves that generational trauma, that violence can be a beacon to a path outside of that violence and to a way to teach others. Thank you again, Urvashi. Our next speaker is Reva Joshi. And Reva has been a beacon in my world and many of ours who are on this panel. She lives peace. She emanates peace, and her role in spreading that message is going to share her story about how she has worked towards social justice through peace education. So Reva, please share your story.
Thank you so much, Simone. That's actually way too kind. Um, I wanted to begin by telling you the word that I've put on the page that you will hopefully see soon, that Sigrid is curating. And my word is legacy. When I thought about that 200-year present, I thought of legacy. I begin all of my courses, I'm a professor at the University of Toronto, and I begin all of my courses by telling a piece of my story. And I almost always begin by saying sixth generation educator, or a generation activist, and a fourth generation educator. This is the legacy that I have. On my paternal grandmother's side, we've traced back this impulse to make our community a better place. My grandfather's grandfather. But mostly we begin our story with my grandmother and great-grandmother, who were very involved in the Arya Samaj movement in the late 1800s and early 1900s in Punjab. The key things that they were particularly concerned about were the eradication of caste, gender equity, because they had 7 daughters, and education for all. My great-grandfather and great-grandmother helped to found schools, and my great-grandfather's brother was a teacher. On my mom's side of the family, we don't know as much about the earlier history, but because her paternal grandparents died in the plague when my grandfather was only 4 years old. But my grandfather lived his whole life with a keen sense of duty to his family and community, and passed that on to my mother. Both of my parents grew up during the freedom struggle in India. My mother's family was living in Delhi, and by the time she was 10 years old, she began to go to listen to Mahatma Gandhi. She heard he spent time every day with children, and she would go. He taught her how to spin, and she had many stories of learning from him. One that always stays with me, and one that she rarely told, was when she was about 11 or 12, Gandhiji asked her how she would help. And she said, however he asked, however she was needed. And he said to her, well, what if I say you need to go work with the Harijans, now known as Dalits? She said, of course. He said, but you're from a Brahmin family. What if people say to you, you shouldn't go? She said, I would say that if I have something to give, I must go. So he asked her again, what if they said you would become unclean working with Harijans? And her response was, I would say that they are, excuse me, that they are my family. And she remembered that at this point, Gandhiji patted her on the back. Now, I said, my mother rarely told this story because she didn't want it to seem like she was bragging about her. Dalit girls primarily, and she did this until she was about 23. She also taught others along the way. My father had a different story. He was committed also to making the world a better place. He and Mom married in 1955. They left India in 1958. First, they went to Ethiopia, and then they came to Canada in 1960. Dad was a teacher too, and he was a community leader. He worked to bring people together. Behind me on the walls, if you can see, there are only a few of the awards that he was given over the years, but he never worked for awards. He worked to build on the legacy he had received and to honor something he learned from his grandfather. And that was that one should use whatever they have to help others and to make the world a better place, and specifically to make the world a better place for their children. And as a teacher, Dad firmly believed that all the students in his classes were his children. These are some of the stories that guide me. The image you're seeing as I talk is of a project that was done by one of my students at the Mahatma Gandhi Summer Institute a few years ago. She gave us each a piece of a puzzle and asked us to decorate it in some way with words and images that had been meaningful to us as we learned about Gandhiji's ideas. Together, the puzzle pieces spell out ahimsa, but in the background, you see so many other ideas, including humility, swaraj, truth, decolonization, knowledge transformation, and service. I feel this is what I learned from my parents and tried to bring forward in my own life. Ahimsa was foregrounded, love, truth, and nonviolent action. All these other ideas were there too, but perhaps less obvious until I really started to search for them. I didn't start out to become a teacher. In fact, in my generation of the family, none of us were going to be teachers. There were already too many teachers in the family. But life took me on this path, and I know actually that it was what I was meant to do. I started out teaching about social justice, equity, and diversity because these were the things that I had worked for in the community. More importantly, these are the things my dad had worked for in the community. But at some point I realized that as much as there is no peace without justice, there is no justice without peace. When I saw my nieces and nephews and students struggling with racism, sexism, homophobia, ableism, and other forms of systemic discrimination, I felt that I needed to find a way to bring hope to them, to bring optimism. I needed to find a way to give myself hope. I went back to Dad's legacy, make the world a better place, and to my mother's words to Gandhiji. I would say they are my family. And I read more of Gandhiji's work, and I started integrating his ideas into my work. But work and life are not two separate things. And I realized that to teach from this perspective, I had to live from this perspective. Fortunately for me, I still had both of my parents at the time, and I continued to learn from them and through them. And I also met other people who have taught me, many others, like our dear friends Jill and Rajaji, who continue to teach me. And believe me, I still have a lot to learn. I want to leave you with one last story. In January, I went to India to participate in a conference with the Jai Jagat team. When I came back, I brought back some Jai Jagat swag for my family and friends. I gave my 9-year-old nephew a cap, and he started to ask me about Jai Jagat. After a few minutes, he asked me if he could interview me about this and write something. On the spot, he created a little book about Jai Jagat based on what he had learned. And the thing that struck me most about this book was his definition of Jai Jagat. Jai Jagat means the best of everything for everyone in the world, including the animals and the plants and the earth itself. I heard this and I thought, the legacy's been passed on. So I thank you, and I turn it back to Simone.
Thank you, Reva. I love the story about your nephew and his definition of Jai Jagat, because I think he puts it in a nutshell. The idea of the best of everything for everybody, everything in the world. That is absolutely amazing. And I find it interesting, your story to the role of education, how you weren't going to be teachers, but you are. You are a teacher, and to finally recognize that that's your role and that you can create change in the world by embracing that role, even if it's not what you thought you would start out to do. The idea of no peace without justice and no justice without peace, and the goal of building hope not only in your family but in all of us. And I think you are well on the road to doing that for us. So thank you again, Reva. And now I have the opportunity to introduce Christy Mahood, who is a fellow educator here in Edmonton, whose pathway and story is different yet similar to our other panelists. So Christy has a busy family and a busy role, especially in this time of COVID, teaching online, but I'm going to invite Christy to please share her story so that we too may get to know about how she is educating for justice through peace. Thank you, Christy.
Thanks, Simone. I wanted to start with a quote. One way or another, we are living the stories planted in us early or along the way, or we are living the stories we planted knowingly or unknowingly in ourselves. We live stories that either give us our lives meaning or negate it with meaninglessness. If we change the stories we live by, quite possibly we change our lives. And that's by Thomas King. Thomas King is a Cherokee, German, and Greek descent, and he is a writer and activist and writes about Aboriginal prospects and rights in North America. I connected to this quote in so many ways. I feel a sense of duality in my upbringing. When I think about different aspects of my personal journey so far, I think of the many key players who were and are instrumental in shaping the path that I'm on. I think of my maternal grandmother, who was a first-generation Canadian and from a farming family. Her highest level of education was grade 7. I think of the many, many stories she would tell me and my cousins at the kitchen table of the hardships she faced growing up. She had little to offer financially, but she had such huge hopes and dreams for her grandchildren. She always felt that she was never able to get ahead in life because of her lack of education, and it made her dependent on others, including my grandfather, who had his own demons to fight. Some of this chaos and suffered very rocky childhood and upbringing. She was broken and self-medicated through drugs and alcohol. She was extremely abusive, and when I was 4, my father asked her to leave our house and my parents divorced. My father was awarded primary custody, which was unheard of at the time for a male to receive primary custody of a female child. My father remarried when I was 7. I had visitations with my biological mother until I was 12. When it was deemed necessary, when I was 12, when it was deemed that I was old enough to testify against my biological mother and she lost her parental rights. My stepmother adopted me at that same hearing. I would say that that time of my life was both a good and crazy time. I had the stability that my father and adoptive stepmother provided, juxtaposed against the chaos and unpredictability of my biological mother's custody time. That juxtaposition really cemented in me a desire to not fall into the same path my biological mother took. And there were many crossroad times in my adolescence that I distinctly had a choice to make which direction I would go. I think of my paternal grandfather, another first-generation Canadian, and how desperately he had wanted to have a university education, but when he was young, his father passed away, and the family barely had enough money to survive. He found a job with the Canadian National Railway when he was 16, and he never finished high school. He worked his way into senior management over his 35-year career. When he retired, he went to university, and I remember his stories of the importance of education and learning and achieving your dreams for yourself, no matter what age you are. I saw again how access to a higher education, even just for yourself, was a worthy and worthwhile cause to fight for. I think of my dad, who is an incredibly smart and talented man, but because of personal and financial circumstances never went to university, but who, together with my adoptive mother, saved for my educational future so that when the time came, I wouldn't have to worry about financial restrictions if I chose to pursue a university education. My dad and adoptive mother realized early on how critical it was to make sure financial restrictions would not, yet again, be a deterrent to a better future. I have always wanted to be a teacher. Given my chaotic and tumultuous upbringing, my story could have been very different, but because of my family's sacrifices and planning and support, I went to university to become a teacher. I specialized in elementary education. My first years of teaching, I ended up teaching in special education, which wouldn't been my plan or experience. I worked with so many at-risk students and families, and I saw pieces of myself in their chaotic lives. I saw again and again how without the proper access to education and support, their options now and in the future would be limited. I saw that if they could only have the right supports in place, their future stories could have a chance to be changed. I fell in love with my classes and my students, but I felt ill-prepared to support the students and their complex needs in so many ways. That's when I knew I needed to get more education, that's when I knew I needed to get more education so I could better support my students. I started my master's in language and literacy and happened upon the Summer Institute at the University of Alberta in Edmonton, Canada. I was nervous taking courses from this institute, and I felt like the process was not linear. I was used to classes where the professors asked the questions and the students answered them in the right way. The classes I took from the Summer Institute forced me to work with the learning and material very differently. I had to stretch out of my comfort zone. The work required you to be at the center of the material and to connect with it personally. I knew the work being shared in the framework of the Gandhian principles was potentially a way forward in my practice. I think that is when I first started intentionally taking the steps to become an educator for peace. Ideas for building communities while still maintaining who I was and who my students were foremost what appealed to me. The Gandhian principles of ahimsa, equality, trusteeship, environmental stewardship, and others could be applied in practice regardless of race, religion, or socioeconomic status, and could be used in both local and global contexts. I saw a direction and a way to help connect lessons and learning, and most importantly, I saw a way I could try and shape a community to bring hopes of greater support and understanding. When I finished my master's, I joined a group of former students led by Dr. Reva Joshi to continue the work started in our master's classes. The work we have collectively worked on over the years, we have termed Slow Peace. Along this journey, I saw spillover from what I was learning in into my own personal family life. Really looking at everyday actions that I can do to start to bring peace in all forms in my community and home. I had just become a new mom. We have started to meal plan to help reduce food waste. We cook more with organic and local produce whenever possible. I cook with my children and we try to use as many whole and unprocessed foods as possible in our recipes. Every year we are continuing to expand our home garden and learning to grow different fruits and vegetables. We have tried heritage seeds from the Heritage Seed Program, and we are trying to we have participated in community-supported agriculture, where we paid for a share of the crop in advance and then received produce each week during the growing and harvesting seasons. We have reduced the number of meals that include meat in the week to accommodate buying more organic, humanely raised and slaughtered meat from a farm just outside the city we live in. We're using reusable produce in shopping bags. It has been a journey for us, and each year we add more ways to practice ahimsa in our food production, purchasing, consumption, and disposal. So far, this journey has been a really good reminder that it is not perfection, or that you need to be perfect or the top of your field to do something. I think it's incredibly important to highlight that ordinary people can take part in these ideas, actions, and steps. It's a legacy I'm proud to hopefully pass on to my own children. Each person has the power and can make changes big or small. It is important to start where you're at and to go from there. Everyone has a story, and with the right supports, everyone can live their best storied lives.
Thank you, Christy. Very moving. And to share your childhood and the experiences of you when you were a young child helps me see the connection between you and Urvashi and you and Reva, how with you and Urvashi, your background with the trauma that you went through has helped you to become stronger, to reach out and make changes for your students who may have shared or are sharing a similar background to you. I think it's really important, your message about ordinary people. We're not looking for perfection. We can all create change in our world. And part of that first step is often reflecting on who we are and where we came from. And we do all have stories, and those stories can help us move forward. Our final panelist is Fatima, and Fatima has a very interesting life story. She has come from South Africa. Her perspective is unique to her, but again, the message about how we can work towards social justice through peace education is very strong. I'm very pleased to welcome Fatima to the group and have her now share her story. Welcome, Fatima.
Thank you so much, Simone. Bismillah. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate this wonderful opportunity. Jai Jagat, in honor of the great Mahatma Gandhi, the Honorable One, and all of the honored panelists who are here today, and the many, many friends that we have participating. The theme that I've wanted to build on is really the legacy around making and the making of voice, the finding of voice, which is what we've all heard the different panelists speak about. The picture that we have that I've decided to share behind me is the board that I used to use in 2010 when I became paralyzed with Guillain-Barré. It was my communication board for 4 months. I was unable to speak. I lost my ability to breathe, to speak, to walk, and I was completely paralyzed from head to toe. So I used to use my eyes to communicate, and that was the whiteboard behind me. Then in 2019, I found out that I had cancer, and I underwent major surgery and a year of chemotherapy. And through both of these struggles of just spiritual irrigation, what has become so clear in the losing of voice is the finding of voice and the power in making voice, and the assumption that we're all free and open to make voices equally, that opportunity exists freely and openly for everyone. And I really began to sit with that, because in the silence while I sat in ICU, I was in life support for a month. I was in ICU for 40 days. I was in hospital for 4 months, and I was in rehabilitation for 18 months. It was like peeling away or stripping away the layers of an onion and being truly exposed in a very vulnerable way to the realities and the removal of the delusions which we hold about ourselves and those around us. So it was this incredibly powerful opportunity for me personally to press pause. Where am I? To press rewind and to think back on the past, and not just the past in terms of my life, but in terms of the sacrifices and the hopes and aspirations of all those generations that have come before me. Thinking about the selflessness of my parents, the selflessness of my grandparents in trying to forge a better life for all of us. And then fast forwarding to this place on the remote control, being challenged by the divine in the question in the Quran that says, فَأَيْنَ تَذْهَبُونَ? Where are you headed? And in this irrigation and in this searching and seeking and absolute neediness and the stripping away of delusion, I began to pray. And in this prayer, I asked God to help me find myself and to find a spiritual way of reconnection, a spiritual way of guidance, a spiritual way of peace, a spiritual inner peace. And that irrigation and that journey led me into what is colloquially called Sufi Islam. And of this journey, and in this journey, one of the profound things around making a voice that became so apparent to me was, while growing up in apartheid South Africa, I experienced all of these like layers of systemic factors that really bore down on this little Fatima as she was beginning to grow and experience the world. It was this really scarred and has scarred so many. And thinking deeply about how we acknowledge these different ways of knowing and give validation to these different these different journeys that we have around finding and making voice. And so in my journey to the Medina Institute Center for Nonviolence and Peace Studies that was founded by Sheikh Ninawi, and that is part of this greater Sufi, colloquially put, Sufi Islam that has existed for generations and that is across the world in so many what we would call turuq, this journey of using faith as the inspiration by which to live very peaceful lives, by which to find inner peace and meaning, by which to connect to the world, to the earth, God, to each other in ways that surpass our immediate. And this has been the journey for me. The work that we've been doing is really connected to so much of the work happening around the world, around ordinary people just trying to connect with each other, to surpass and to surpass the many challenges that they face, and to tell the stories. Because when we tell the stories, we connect with each other and we dream of big ways to just forge new hope, growth, and opportunity for all. And I remember just calling out in my hours of desperation, not being able to breathe. And in the silence, and in the lack of the ability to blink, Ya Salam, oh God, give me peace. Ya Wadud, the old loving one. Ya Latif, the all kind. And how those attributes of God and spirituality permeate through the stories of so many in either the seeking of it or the interconnected presence of it in our lives for ourselves and the aspirations of our children, so that we can truly embrace nonviolence as a foundational principle of our existence. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fatima. Listening to your story and all that you've gone through and how you've shared your perspective of your spiritual irrigation. I love that term. And we have no voice at all. By going deeper inside ourselves, we find that voice and what our role will be. Thank you very much for sharing. It is now time for questions. And we're going to start with Reva. And people who are watching, you are welcome to send your messages. And I've got some here too. So Reva, the question that I have for you is, could you offer some words of encouragement for people thinking about taking on education as a way to change the world, but it's so big, it's so overwhelming. Can you maybe share some baby steps so that those of us out here who are hoping to create this change have a place to start? Thank you, Reva.
It's nice when you give me an easy question to start, Simone. I think that there's a couple of ways that I'm going to try to answer this and try to do it very quickly so that there's time for other questions as well. The first is to say that for all of us, it's about doing what we can where we are. And one of the things that when we were trying to think of what was this work we were doing as a group that Christy mentioned, we call it slow peace. And one of the things that we talk about is how each one of us has a different specific focus. But together we're working on making this greater change. I think also to remember this 200-year present and to know that it isn't all on your shoulders. To do what you can where you are, and to from there to with others. And it's in that working with others that we create the bigger ripples. We see that in the kind of event we're doing today. It's, I think, very wonderful and very exciting. I think the other way that I would answer this is to do something that scares you. When I was teaching the course at the Summer Institute, I decided that I would try to engage people through the arts. I am not an artist. I'm one of those people who, by the time I was 8 years old, was told I couldn't draw, I couldn't sing, I couldn't act, I couldn't dance. I mean, I couldn't do any of those things. I could write, but I couldn't do any of those other things. So I always started the course by asking my students to engage with the arts. And before I asked them to do it, I did it. And what I did was I would create a rap. Now, can you imagine me standing up in front of a group of people rapping? I am not the first person you think of. And it was bad. I mean, it wasn't anything that was wonderful quality. But the fact that I did it, I think if we can use our classrooms as those places of taking small steps of things that scare us and move forward, I think we'll have better success in doing things out in the world. So that's my answer.
And I think that idea of doing something that scares us is great for all of us. Sometimes we become far too complacent and are not taking risks. I think that's a great first step. Thank you, Reva. The next question I have is for Christy. And I've got a question. Could you share some examples of what you've done with your students in terms of making peace a classroom topic?
Sure. There's a lot of things that I've done over the years that I've built on my practice. I think I like to start with literature and making sure that the books that I share are representative of the students and of global communities, making sure that they can see themselves in the literature and that there are inspiring examples for them to have access to. I think that's a really important place to start, and one now as more publishing companies open up and more people are writing about every different kind of story out there with different characters represented. I think it's becoming easier to find inspirational stories that are representative of different populations. So I think that's a really easy, good place to start. I think another thing is just trying to get to know my students and who they are, giving them opportunities to express themselves, tell their stories in the way that they are and the way that who they are, and then trying to respond to that in building community and finding the connections within each other, especially now that we are online. This is my first year being online, I guess, full time in this year of COVID. And just, I have students, 32 students from across the city, and just really finding ways that we can connect and make a community for the time that we are together. And it's a unique opportunity where we are in each other's homes, which is a cool way to connect in some ways, that we get to see different aspects than if you were in the classroom together. But also just when they share their stories, giving those opportunities to share and finding those connections within each other, even if we're across the city or have diverse backgrounds.
Really good response, Christy. It's hard to think off the top of your head like that, but I think you responded well to that question. And the idea of the students having that opportunity to share their stories as well, that idea of connecting. And yeah, that's a really good first step. Next, I have a question for Fatima. And my question for you, Fatima, and I'll try and give you a little bit of think time. This is from one of our listeners. Your story is incredible in your concept of making voice after losing your voice. What advice and words do you give to youth struggling with making a voice in their space? So you've shared your personal story. How do you support youth in finding their voice?
Thank you so much. It's, you know, in the silence, one really thinks about what's happening around one environmentally and ecologically and systemically. And we're, as individuals, just being located in the system, the enablers and barriers to finding voice and making voice are never just held with the individual, but they're really located in the context of the systemic barriers to this finding of voice and the making of voice. So one of the key things and the principles is really grounded in decolonial work. This recognition of, like what Christy was alluding to earlier, bringing the student and the learner to the center of the material. But what material? Whose material? Produced by who? For what reason? For what end? And asking those profound questions, you know, instead of just placing this pressure of finding voice and making voice with the individual itself, themselves. It is part of a systemic conversation around colonialism and how we have come to be immersed and being stripped in really immersed in layers of oppression that block the finding of voice, that block the expression of voice. And that has been the challenge around how we then take it into the classroom and think as educators about our own pedagogy, around how we structure our classrooms and whose classrooms they are in essence. Are there educators' classrooms, and how we flatten this in very, you know, typically what we would look at through a Freirean lens. And look at ways in which we can really embed, you know, these ideas and notion of just peace and slow peace in ways that connect with the lived experiences of students, and without having these pressures, systemic pressures of devalidation of you as an individual biologically because you wear a scarf, biologically because you have different hair, biologically like the Black Lives Matter because the color of your skin. All of these, from the biological right through to higher order like power and privilege and identity and the systemic things that bear down on these individual students. So to place pressure on individuals of finding voice is something that I think we then, we have to think about the individual located in the collective, and how the collective can shape the individual, and the individual shape the collective. And in the work that I've been doing in Islamophobia, which is really another big area around, systemic violences and oppression, I've been doing work, and we've been doing work in intergroup dialoguing, around thinking about the other and othering and deconstructing that. The other work, in Medina Center for Nonviolence and Peace Studies, is to bring Islam into the heart of the conversation. Because when we think about terrorism and all of these isms, it's as if you have to leave Islam behind. That's what the colonial attitude says. Leave your faith behind and come and work in peace, because that is violent and we are peaceful. So these kinds of disconnects and severing are the challenges that we face about reconnecting the individual to the collective, and reconnecting ourselves to our legacies and our ways of growing. Thank you.
Wow. Lots of things for us to think about, Fatima. The idea of disconnecting, reconnecting, and the important role that faith can have as a pathway to building peace. I mean, we don't need to get rid of who we are to move forward, and all voices need to be heard. And the idea of connecting with lived experiences, that's so important if we are going to move forward. Thank you very much, Fatima. Urvashi, I've got questions for you as well. And let me see here, I'm just going to pull it up. And the first one is, so Urvashi, for students who have lived in violence for generations and feel that they have no way out, what role could educators play to work with them? How can you bring confidence in girl children to question the system, which includes all their support system?
Thank you, Dawn. I think all girls in India, and I think in other parts of the world too, have lived with generations of oppression. Right? They've seen their mothers being oppressed, and I know I did. And they, I remember my mother telling me once that her aunt killed her baby girl by poisoning her nipple. And she says, at the time we didn't think anything of it because, well, that was a girl. And so what do you do with that when it is happening in your own families? The oppression is not coming from outside. It's not a colonial power. It is something that's happening in your home from people who is supposed to be your support system. Right? So what do you do? We actually do a lot of what the other people have been talking about. I use a critical feminist pedagogy. And what we do is, what it means is that we really sit in culture circles, forming a safe space within the classroom, and we talk. And we talk about our life. You share your stories. And the important thing that we're trying to point out, and the teacher's role in that, is to question that. See what happened with me, that I just accepted all of that as something that happens to girls, till it happened to my cousin. And then I just woke up and I said, I questioned it. I said, why was it happening to me? Why did it happen to her? And then what it led me, the big flashlight moment that came, I remember I was asleep in my bed, my marital bed. And I was 28. And I said, you know what, I'm actually an equal person. And I was careful not to say it out loud. That learning, that understanding fueled my protest, silent and not so silent. It gave me a voice, and it helped me advocate for myself. So with our girls too, what we help them understand as they're telling their stories is to question what's going on. Also to understand, and I know I learned this, I was very angry with my father for a long time. And by the way, he became my biggest supporter in the end. He changed because I changed. And he supported my work full on in the end. And I used to joke, I said, you're paying for your sins. Anyway, so what happened was that so we are angry with the men in our lives, our fathers, our brothers, our husbands. So we try to pull all of that to show that it's a system. But I think, and my father did his best in his own wisdom. He didn't know what else to do for me. And he thought out of his love for me, he did what he could. Violent love sometimes, but he did what he could. And it took that understanding for me to forgive him and for me to move out of that old violent anger to start doing things for myself. So we try to build a systemic understanding. You know, you mentioned, Reva, that, you know, there's this whole big system and I'm alone. What do we do? So girls feel overwhelmed. The system is huge and everybody is buried in it. And they are being impacted by it. And I remember learning that it was a systemic thing and not my brothers, not my father, that was freeing and overwhelming both. So we try to build this understanding that, hey, it's a system. And guess what? It is wrong. Your life is not supposed to be like this. And you know, it's historically constructed. It has changed over time and it will change. And we help them imagine a time when it can be different. And we give them strategies to navigate that system, to protest, to become self-advocates. And you know, when we talk about this, we become part of that support system so that they have an extended family now. And we include the parents in these conversations as well, so that we can work together to change the system. And what we point out is that you don't have to change the whole system. It will change. If you move, the world shifts. I moved and my father changed. So if you can move yourself, then the world will shift. I remember once we used a lot of drama. And so we were doing this Rani Lakshmi Bai, which is, she was a woman warrior. And so they were learning how to use swords. So after that, I loved it. So I said, tell me something, you know, the queen, she was fighting the British and with her to use swords. Who are you fighting? And what are you going to use? What's the weapon you're going to use? So she said, they thought and they said, well, we are fighting our families and our neighborhoods. And, you know, they kind of, I said, and what are you going to use for that? Are you going to use swords? They said, no. I said, what are you going to use? They said, you know, we fight them when we become strong ourselves. That's who we are. We're going to become strong and that will change things. I rejoiced, right? So that's how we try to help them fight. You know, we don't help them fight the support system. We help them make the support system a real support system. Get people on their side by being very strongly on their side and also teaching them that you deserve everything that you want. You have the right to it. Half the time we don't think we have the right to it because the system tells you that you don't. And so you're guilty about even fighting. So we try to get that guilt out and we find it works wonders. They end up becoming decision makers in their families. And now we have the fathers supporting them, bringing their daughters on their bicycles and becoming part of the whole education family.
Thank you for sharing your answer, Urvashi. I see connections with Fatima and the idea of finding voice. So you are supporting these girls by recognizing in them a voice and supporting the building of that voice to show them that they are strong. And that idea of if you move, the world shifts. So you're letting these girls know that they can shift the world. Thank you very much, Urvashi. Don't mean to rush anyone, but we've got time now for Christy again. And Christy, that idea of if you move, the world shifts, I'm wondering if you can connect that to how you use food to teach your students. So we've talked about giving voice and the systemic things. So curious about how food can fit into that. Would you speak to that, please?
Yeah, definitely. When you start to think about some of these big ideas, like introducing the idea that if you move, the world will shift, or big ideas like trusteeship and land rights, they're big, right? So they're big for kids. So when I started to really think about how would I introduce some of these big concepts in a way that everybody could connect, that it would be inclusive, and in a real tangible way. And again, I kind of started to think about food being a basic need and a necessity, something that everybody can connect with. And then I started to kind of build some of those ideas around that. So for example, we do a Thanksgiving harvest soup around now, actually. And we usually make the soup in the classroom with small contributions from everybody to show that everybody, if everybody gives a little, there's enough to feed everyone. So my kids are always amazed if they bring in half a carrot or a cup of peas. How is this possibly going to feed our entire classroom and have leftovers? But we do when, and the kids can see that even just their tiniest contribution is enough to feed many. So we make this soup to celebrate our community and the fall and the harvest. If someone can contribute or forgets to contribute, we do have enough to cover them. I think that in itself is a big concept for kids. We get everyone to taste it. If you don't like the soup we jointly made together, we teach them polite ways to express their feelings without hurting others. So thanks for working so hard on the soup. It's just not for me. And then everyone has an opportunity to clean up in the end. And we all are able to use our reusable utensils and plates, again, to teach how to be a little bit more environmentally minded when we have celebrations as a group. And just living those shared experiences together and talking and highlighting about some of those big idea concepts in a safe, supported way in a classroom, that we have that shared experience. I've also done halal Rice Krispie treats, where we make, traditionally in North America, we have Rice Krispie treats, but they're made with marshmallows. Well, we're able to find halal marshmallows so that our people who have halal restrictions or follow halal lifestyle can be included. And we make these treats to show that everyone can be seen and activities can be done as a community. Again, some of those ideas that even if you are different than someone else, you are represented, you are a part of our community in such an easy and fun way that kids can really connect with each other. It also is nice to see that if you are different than someone, you get a chance to be able to teach other people about what it means to follow a halal dietary restriction, or just about your culture a little bit, which is really a really unique way to help bridge those gaps between understanding and knowing people in your community. The other thing that I like to do with my kids is to make gingerbread people in around Christmas, and I use my grandmother's recipe and I make it from scratch. And I think it's really important. We talk about connecting to our past through food and recipes. It's amazing how many things we can learn from the past and learn from each other and our families, and to celebrate those traditions and to talk about ways to keep favorite family memories alive. And to use those as ways to bridge the big ideas, these big concepts of biodiversity, of building community, of building understanding with each other in a tangible way that kids feel comfortable connecting with. And having those conversations sort of built off of those activities of either cooking with kids or having that shared experience.
Thank you, Christy. I think we all have a better idea now of how you can use food as a connector. And that's certainly a theme, this idea of connecting, of hearing stories. Without that sharing of stories, that idea of working together, that interconnectedness, without that sense in your classroom or with any of the people that you are working with, it is hard to move forward. And Fatima, I have a question for you too, and it's related to the idea of the higher institutions that you are working with. How do you work towards shifting the idea perhaps of curriculum that's going out to schools about this need for the sharing of stories, the rethinking of things, the movement away from the colonialist thought to something different. Would you speak to that, please?
Thank you so much for that reflective question. Some of the work that we've been doing has really been focused on the train the trainer and investing in the educator. So a large proportion of the work that we do, and especially at the Medina Institute Center for Nonviolence and Peace Studies, is really investing in future leaders, educational leaders. And this educational leadership, like I mentioned previously, is a return to the tradition. It is, and this return to traditional ways of knowing and a return to our legacy. So having, this return to the rich histories of the way and the principles of the ways that we have learned and the ways that we have taught. Because what colonialism has done, especially in South Africa, has really stripped away our confidence in knowing what we know, in validating what we know, the ways that we've learned, what we've learned. And so it's really a return to the classical texts, return to discussions around the rich heritages and the restoration of pride and dignity. Because at all of this, at the very bottom of this is that has really underpinned a lot of the trauma has been this dehumanization and this senses of humiliation of the individual through these lenses that continue to oppress. And so this restoration of dignity has to come from within the self, in the spiritual reconnections with the divine, the spiritual reconnections with faith and the classical texts and the long history. And so I love this opportunity, especially within Jai Jagat, to begin to reflect and to deepen the reflection of the linkages in what we would call the Madinah School of Nonviolence, or the Mohammedan principles with the Gandhian principles. And that's what was one of the first things that got me seeking out Honorable Prof. Riva Joshi, which was a few years back when I so much wanted to be a student of hers and really connect the work that's happening within the Gandhian schools with the work that Sheikh Ninawi and the Medina Institute and some of the other scholars, the rich scholars that we have, and to connect. So these connections are not just connections between interpersonal, but really around, interfaith, one could of thought that haven't just come about in the recent age, but have existed for years and generations, and to bring that intergenerational learning back so that we can re-own it and reclaim it, because so much of that has been lost through the stripping away and the impacts of colonialism and apartheid and the different layers of oppression that have told us that our knowledge is not good enough, that our lived experiences are not good enough, that our ways of knowing are not good enough, that in actual fact, we're just not good enough. And so it's this restoration of self-dignity and the restoration of this notion which Riva spoke to earlier, to hope, grow light of hope, and this ignition of hope, and really connects to what Christy and Urvashi were saying, in terms of the work that they do in the everyday moments where the system is so big, and yet the triggers for systemic change are these little motions and little movements, which Urvashi so profoundly put it, and Christy gave a wonderful example of in terms of just a marshmallow. So on that very fluffy pink white marshmallow note, I'll hand that to you, Simone. Thank you.
Well, I think we all need those fluffy pink marshmallow notes as well. So there we go. We've got a heavy load to try and move ahead with. Thank you very much, Fatima. Brought a smile to me. Now, Urvashi, you talked a little bit about using drama and the sword play to show the strength. I'm wondering if you could speak to that a little bit more. You were saying that the idea of the sword was a story that your students are familiar with. And Fatima has shared the role that spirituality has played in her work. And I'm wondering if you could try and make some connections and why you're choosing those kinds of stories to work with your girls.
Thank you, Simone. And you know, just like Fatima spoke about the colonization and how it strips away your self-esteem, strips away yourself, really. I think women have been colonized all around the world, by all religions, by all communities. And even after colonialism went, women are still colonized. What we do is that we take plays, we write some ourselves, the girls write poetry, about, and you know, it's a safe space to express their indignation, which they do. And then they also, we take plays like this was the Rani one, Rabindranath Tagore, the great Nobel Prize winner from India. And he writes about this young woman who was married at 9, and she's upper caste, and it's called Bahu Ki Chitti, which means wife's letter. And it's a letter, really. It's not a play. It's a letter that she writes to her husband when she leaves. And she leaves him not because she was oppressed, but because there was this other young girl who was homeless, who they took in, actually her sister-in-law's sister. And she was oppressed so badly that she burned herself to death. She could see no other way out. And so she leaves and says, you know, that I can't live in a home. I've seen the world, and this is the way women are treated. I can't live. Well, how they played it, and you should have seen how powerfully they did it. And then we would talk about these things as we were going on, and the girls cried because they could relate to it, their aunts, their cousins, their sisters. And then finally, you know, when she left, I said, you know, so what's going to happen to her now? So one of them said, you know, she'll probably find a brothel. And another one said, no, maybe she can go to an ashram, a religious place, a nunnery kind. And one said, you know, it's too bad. The world is too difficult. She won't be able to make her way. She should just go back. And then finally, one of them said, she's absolutely not. She's found her way so far. She's found herself, and she's going to find a solution. I don't know what that is, but she's going to find it. So, you know, we use drama because and we are very careful about what we choose. And sometimes they make up these plays as well. And what it does is that on the stage, when they're performing the roles, oh God, you know, I wept every time I saw it. Every time I saw it, even though we had rehearsed, I wept. And so after all the weeping that went on in our dialogues in between when we were sharing, they become the role and they learn to become strong because they're performing and they raise themselves, they have a gaze. Apart from that, they're talking to their families, they're talking to their community in a safe space, in a non-confrontational space with no real consequences, but their voice is carrying through, right? They have made plays of paternal alcoholism, and fathers cried. They told them, this is how we feel when you do this. You take money away from our mouths for the food and you drink yourself. You beat my mother. Look how we feel. And fathers were crying. There was one in which they talked about how a girl feels when she's getting married off at 12 and 13. Do you know what? That marriage got stopped because the mother heard it. And she was crying and she said, I didn't realize. So we find not only, it works in both ways. One, I just find it the most empowering medium, the most moving one, because feelings are being educated, feelings are being expressed, and feelings are being changed. One, it is very empowering for the girls themselves. Secondly, it's very empowering for the audience. And we call the families and the community. And it's very non-confrontational. They are confronted at the same time, you know, in a safe space. And so they are confronted by the feelings of their daughters, and that impacts their own feelings. And without this violent clash, things change. We do that with the boys. We get them to role. Well, just imagine how your sisters feel. Just imagine. And let's act it out. And they end up crying by the end of it and really understanding it. So I think it's a very strong, powerful, non-violent way of resisting, of protesting, of fighting. You're mute. You're mute, Simone.
Thank you. Thank you, Urvashi. The role of drama, and I like how you describe it as confronting in a safe space, because when you're in the audience and the action is happening in front of you, it gives you time to reflect and to think. So I can see how important that use of drama is in sharing the message. Wonderful. Now, Reva, I need to move on to you. And you shared about taking risks, doing something you're scared. And you spoke about how this happens at the Gandhian Summer Institute. And some of our listeners may not be familiar with that. And it kind of dovetails into what Urvashi is saying about sharing through drama and people having time to reflect. So could you speak a little bit about what the Gandhian Summer Institute, what its role was, what its purpose was, to our listeners? Thank you.
Sure. Thanks for that, Simone. So the Gandhi Institute started, oh my goodness, in the early 2000s. It was our dear friend Jean Clendinen, who was on the advisory board for the Mahatma Gandhi Canadian Foundation at the time. And Jean is an amazing academic who was thinking very deeply about how do we bring these ideas to teachers. And so she devised this idea for a summer institute. And what it was we offered graduate level courses to practicing educators who would come for 2 weeks. And they came every day for 2 weeks. And in the time that they were there, they were enrolled in one class, but they also did various things that they did together. So there were times when the entire group was together as well. And through that process, we learned about the ideas, but also, particularly in our smaller groups, what we were trying to do, all of us as instructors in that program, was trying to get people to think more deeply and take those risks. And so there were several courses that looked at research, that looked at curriculum, that looked at practice more broadly. And through these courses, as well as public lectures that brought the community together with the students, we tried to give an opportunity for teachers in particular, but other educators as well, to learn a little bit more about how they personally could engage with Gandhiji's ideas. So that was basically Summer Institute. The last Summer Institute happened last year in 2019. We haven't come up with a really good replacement for it yet, although given that we've been engaged in this process with the workshops online, there is some talk that we will continue to do this online and perhaps in smaller workshop kinds of settings, rather than going back to the courses, which, as you can appreciate, in a university can become a little bureaucratic as well. Oh, you're muted.
I keep hitting the button. There we go. I'm back. Thank you for sharing that. It's now time for the listeners to share questions too. Some of them I've shared while I've been asking you questions, but one that I think we can all speak to, especially after your piece there, Reva, about institutions. So this question says, The schooling system, be it elementary, secondary, or post-secondary, has been built around Eurocentrism and colonialism. What are your thoughts on how we educators can create change within such a system? And Fatima, you spoke to that a little bit about the idea of returning to the past and learning and teaching, the idea to train the trainer and invest in educators. But I'd like all of you to think about that question on how we educators can create change within such a system. Christy, you're in the classroom. Urvashi, you've got your schools. Reva, again, kind of secondary, and Fatima. So I think I will begin with Fatima. Could you just address that a little bit further, please?
Simone, I would really like to build off of others' ideas on this one. So may I please hand back to you? Thank you.
And that's okay. And Reva just spoke, so you know what? Let's have Urvashi speak. She's got her finger up there. She's got something to say.
Fatima, you know, I would like to phrase that really differently. When we talk about colonization, and you know, India was colonized for several years, what we forget is that we forget the indigenous oppressions. It's not as though there were no indigenous oppressions before colonization. We forget. And so when we think about going to past, I would be very wary. I think going forward is the way to go. And to recognize, you know, when we had the freedom struggle, and Reva, like your parents, my father was part of it. And there was this, one of our freedom fighters, Bal Gangadhar Tilak, and his ringing cry was, Swaraj, which means self-rule, is my birthright and I should have it. And many women marched with him. Guess what? We got Swaraj. And did the women get it? Do they have it today? Did the Dalits get it? And do they have them today? There's no colonization. And you know, that is not, we can't blame colonization for that. We must be very careful, I think, to look inwards and to look at our own systems, our own religions, our own social structure, centuries old, we have had every system, every country has had slavery. Every country has serfs. Every country has treated their women very badly, right? So what is the big deal about colonization? You know, still most of women, Dalits, the underclass, they think of them as subjects today in 2021, 72 years after colonization. I think what we need is to look at democracy. Democracy, the core principles of equality, fraternity, liberty. That's what I push. I tell my students, never mind what your religion says. All religions are very sexist. Never mind what your community says, your traditions. Never mind, think of yourself as a citizen. Look at what your constitution says. Look at what the laws say. They give you equality. That's the only platform that treats you as an equal. Stay with that. And that is what gives it legitimacy. I don't want to fight the religious battle. I don't want to fight the traditional battle. But I will use the constitution. I do use the laws. And it works. I see women grow taller when I tell them about the legal rights they have. That their religion has not given them. That tradition has not given them. But the constitution gives it to them. So in fact, I get them to look critically at their religions, at their, Fatima, at their own communities and the social structures, at their traditions, at their history. And then develop a social and political consciousness. Know who you are. Understand that you have a human, God-given, constitution-given, law-given right to be equal. Right? Never mind what anything else says. And look at that and let that be your guiding light.
Thank you, Urvashi. Strongly spoken, the idea of equality. And I think the idea of reflecting, and Fatima spoke to that too, with her spiritual connection to reflect on who you are, where you came from, the influences in your life, but the idea of equality, we are all equal, and to have that as the overriding thought to that. Christy, do you have any words about this idea within your classroom?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that working with younger children, especially, just planting those seeds of all of these ideas and learning of that equality and giving them a platform to be able to express their individuality, to be able to honor who they are, whether it's religion or race or history, giving them that that platform and that ability to have that safe space, discover who they are, and also discover who other people are, and who they are in relation to their local context and into their global context. And you can do that through, I mean, I have a curriculum that I am mandated to teach, but nobody is teaching me or nobody is telling me exactly how to do that. So the resources that I bring in, the activities that I do, the drama that I bring in, are all ways that I can utilize to help spread that message, to help give kids exposure and a platform to say who they are within the curriculum that I have to work with. So if I have to teach narrative, nobody says that I have to teach colonial narrative. I could teach African stories. I could teach stories of folk tales from around the world. I can utilize knowledge from ancestors from everywhere and highlight those cultures and those abilities, so that when people are in my classroom, they can see themselves reflected in the materials, and then they can also feel that power that they have, that they're recognized in our community, and again, continuing to build those relationships so that they have the ideas that they can connect with each other, and then they can connect with the material personally, and then see again, globally what that means for them, and locally what that means for them, and having that that dance between both local and global and personal, and figuring out their way in this world. So I think definitely I have what I have to teach, but nobody is telling me how I have to teach that. So I think that's really powerful in my thinking process, and really thinking about, again, that idea of HIMSA, what it means to do no harm. What does that mean in my assessment practices for kids? How do I do no harm to make sure that the kids can really show what they know and who they are?
Thank you, Christy. Again, you can show us how we can bring these ideas into the classroom and still work within the framework that we have with these larger institutions. Thank you for those thoughts. Reva, did you want to add anything?
Thanks, Simone. Yeah, I think the thing that I want to add, it sort of piggybacks on what Urvashi was saying, in the sense of understanding what the structures are around us and how we have been put in a particular kind of pigeonhole because of them. And let me just give you a quick example, because I think that we need to think about this in terms of our roles as educators as well. So one of the things that I realized when I looked at the way that I was putting together my courses, my classes, was that I was highly influenced by the fact that most of my colleagues were assigning a lot of books, a lot of readings to their students, and somehow the course was deemed to be better the more content that you put into it. And what I realized out of that was that as much as I value that knowledge, that there was no time for students to really think and develop their own ideas as a result of that. And so I started to strip that away a little bit and try to find ways for my students to learn from each other, to think for themselves, to think about their own past and how that influences the ways that they approach the work that we do at the university. And to think about other ways, as Christy was saying, to think about other ways of presenting knowledge. And all of these things made some of my colleagues scratch their head and wonder what it was I was doing. But I feel like it was truer to what I wanted to do. If you want to give people that opportunity to really engage and to find a place, as Christy says, to learn these things and to practice some of them, then you have to give them the time to do it. And so, yeah, I think one of the ways we can do this in our own classrooms is by taking a step back and seeing how we have been affected by not just those big structures that Urvashi was talking about, but also the structures of our own institutions, and what can we do to push back against those. Thanks.
Thank you for those thoughts, Reva. And again, that ties into your idea of risk-taking, trying something you're scared of. Even within larger institutions, people may question what you do, but by modeling that and reflecting on how it's impacted you, then that's how change happens, a little step at a time. And Urvashi referenced that earlier too, you know, like you make a move and things shift. Well, Fatima, do you want to add anything more after you've heard your colleagues share their thoughts?
Well, they've said such profound, moving things. I don't know how much to add to that, but I will certainly do my best to try. Urvashi, I am so wholeheartedly in agreement with you that the past has borne burdens and intergenerational pains and oppressions that remain and that will remain for centuries to come. Okay, so how we you know, interrogate and irrigate these notions of these systemic oppressions that are embedded internally within our faith systems or within our communities is work that we have to do. So absolutely in agreement with you. When I speak about the past, I speak about a sense of validation, around a validation and a return to the indigenous and the connections within which we have with the divine. So my connection, when I speak about faith, I speak about reconnecting with the Quran, because Orientalists have told me, okay, that the Quran is problematic, that the Quran, which I believe to be the word of God, right? So these notions about how colonialism and for Orientalism and all these isms have borne down on faith perspectives is something that I particularly want to work with. And that's why Medina Institute Center for Nonviolence and Peace Studies really brings education for liberation to the heart of the conversation. And that liberation is within the relationship with the divine. Because when we're the freeing is in the relationship with the divine, and the freeing of the oppressions away from others into the liberation with the divine and through the divine. And so that return to the classical texts, or the primary texts, in other words, through the Quran and the authentic tradition. So that's a really important key concept around education for liberation, how that manifests in terms of return to the indigenous ways of knowing and you know, underpinned by faith. And embedded within this are massive themes of love in the Quran, for example, and justice and the pursuit of justice and the pursuit of freedom. So when I am told that I have to, for example, leave my faith behind because it is problematic, or it is you know, scrutinized, or it is problematized, and we have to do all of this work, I want to bring it to the center, and I want to deconstruct and to interrogate and critique and engage in the work here. I don't want to do it there, I want to do it here. And that's where the work is. The answer for those that are working within the Islamic tradition is within the Islamic tradition. It's to problematize, to deconstruct, to work with it, and to understand and to develop the problems and to understand the problems in this reflective space and develop the solutions within the frameworks that we have. But I find it problematic when when we have the arguments that say leave it behind because what you have is a problem, for example. So it's just this sense of deep reflection, deep interrogation, and working in ways that really restore the notions of the themes of all faith-based, which is this deep sense of love, a love for God, love for each other, love for the earth, and hope, growth, and opportunity for all, and finding those interfaith connections and out-of-faith connections too. So thank you. I really appreciate to connect some of the dots there. And thank you so much for the reflections of our honorable panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatima. Again, I think that the panelists themselves could have a wonderful conversation about these things. And that kind of leads us into one of the questions that I've received. It says, what approaches do you take toward coalition building and expanding your activism networks? So Fatima, you spoke about the need of bringing it in and discussing. How do you connect with others outside of your organizations? And Reva has shared about the Gandhi Institute and how she's working within that, and Christy is in her classroom, and Urvashi is in her school, and you're all doing this wonderful work. And how do you expand those activism networks to reach out and connect others with your way of thinking? And maybe I will, do you know what? I'm going to go with Christy first, because in a school setting here, it's very small, very local. And I'm wondering, how do you expand your networks to share this way of thinking and learning?
Sure. I guess, so you have your own network within your classroom for sure, and you can always start there with parents or siblings or members of the community in that respect. But you can also have your colleagues. There are people who are doing this kind of work all over the world. And it's really important to be able to, or across the city, right? It's really important to be able to connect with people who are wanting to make those changes, and you build off of each other. And I think you build off of the ideas, even just having the opportunity to be on this panel. You get an opportunity to build off of each other, and I think that's incredibly powerful. So just finding ways that you can connect to communities, even where you're at. And now with the prevalence of the internet, and it just opens up things globally. So I think start looking for places that you can connect with ideas and build off of there.
Okay, thank you, Christy. So you're starting small in your classroom and expanding out from there. Urvashi, what about you? How are you spreading your message?
How am I spreading the good word? One is that we actively, like Fatima said, I think, we invest in education, educators and leaders of education, teachers mainly. We have trained thousands and thousands of teachers in critical feminist pedagogy, in trying to help girls and boys both develop feminist consciousness. And something like Christy said, that the critical dialogues that we have in the classrooms, our homework is always, how about talking to your parents about it, to your mother about it, to your sister about it, to your brother about it. Then we run a very large India's Daughters campaign, and it's been running now for 7 years, where girls, their teachers, members of their community march in the community. And they get men and parents and elders to sign pledges against child marriage, educating them about the law, doing street plays. And we have thousands, and in fact, 1 million. Last time it was 1.1 million people across the whole state of UP. UP has a population of 230 million, by the way. that who participated in this. Then, as Christy mentioned, speaking here, during this lockdown, I've spoken myself hoarse. And I don't, at every forum to try and get the word out that education is a radical space of possibility. It affords you huge opportunities to change mindsets, to change social structures, to reform all kinds of caste, all kinds of things. So let's build curricula, let's widen the scope of education. So talking to educators and now talking to policymakers and I just developed a gender plan for UP to, okay, how do we go about this, right? Battling at forums. And also talking to, the community is very much part of our efforts. Every month we have a community meeting, a mother's meeting, now fathers meetings. And in rural areas, our alumni have become our ambassadors. They are become change makers in their own communities. So it's a snowballing effect. And we are building networks of supported relationships so that the teachers who we are train their girls to become self-advocates, and they become advocates for their students. They work with the elders in the community and get them to become advocates. So it's just really like a spider's web. You just keep on making one small network and another and a bigger one and a bigger one. And slowly it changes.
There you go. What
so
a
many
lovely
people shift. So many people shift. So the world has to shift.
That's right. What a lovely analogy of the spider web ever expanding. And I guess perhaps we're snaring people in it to spread the message that we have out there that we can all create change. So using your voice, making a plan, those are all ways that you are expanding your activism network. Reva, would you like to add anything more to that?
Yeah, I think, thanks, Simone. I think this is a great question. And I think we're in a very fortunate position because we are educators. And so we have a built-in way of expanding those networks and building those coalitions through our own students. But I don't think it's something that can be done in a kind of mechanical way. I think it has to be done by building relationships. And it's through those relationships, and not just with our own students, but with colleagues. And I mean, Urvashi and I met about 10 years ago now at a conference where she was presenting on her work. And
13 years, Reva.
13 years, thank you. Time flies when you're having fun, Urvashi. But it was an amazing opportunity to hear about her work and to know I just needed to make that connection. And the first connection we made was not to say, let's have a meeting. It was, let's have dinner. And so we went and we ate dinner together, and she invited me to bring some students and come and visit. Again, it wasn't to work, it was to create that relationship. And 13 years later, the relationship flourishes. So I think that is an example of how you build these networks, and you are able to expand, or at least from my perspective, we're able to expand the work that we're doing. And it's by getting to know each other and using that opportunity to learn from each other.
Thank you, Reva. I noticed the piece that food played in there too, and that's Christy's platform for sure. So it's building relationships, and one of the easiest ways to build relationships is through the sharing of food. So there we know that's the greatest and the easiest way to expand your activism networks, provide food and positive relationships. Fatima, is there anything you would like to add?
I love that beautiful buoyant note of food and fun and relationships. Yeah, so we started out, speaking about the 200-year present, and I was just thinking, as a wonderful panelist was just speaking, I was thinking about the intergenerational gifts, right? Like, we think of activism as this particular age group, this particular type of person, but it's really not that, right? The activist network is the grandmother in the home doing something, and all these different moments of activism amongst all these different types of people of activism, and these different touch points. So so within the work that we've been doing, we're trying to focus on family programming. So, getting young people, the kids involved in a parallel program when moms are involved in a workshop, and then inviting, what we would call our mothers and our sisters into the space. So the work is intergenerational, and it's not just, young people. It's about, what does my mom have to say, or my grandmother have to say, or my daughter. So I'm often in a space where I'm with my daughter, and back in South Africa, I used to be with my mom and then my daughter and myself. So this intergenerational learning that happens. Because, when we speak about different ways of knowing, it's that inheritance, right? This hereditary ways of knowing, these generational ways of knowing that are passed on. So yeah, I love that notion of people, of fun, of food, and relationships. Beautiful. So when we're going for lunch, let me know.
I like that idea.
Chai and chat. It can be via Zoom.
Oh, yes. Wouldn't that be great? After COVID, we'll all get together and share in person. Wow, Fatima, I love you just tied together this whole idea of 200 years, the intergenerational connections, the activism, how all of you came from places. The activism may have been just within your own family, whether it was saying, get an education, go out there and get an education. It might have been a parent who was out supporting the community and giving of himself to that community. It might have been that time to be so deep within yourself that you could reflect on how you could share your thoughts about peace and support others and becoming more active through peace. It's so many ways you've all connected with this idea of 200 years. So I'd like to give my heartfelt thanks to all of you for sharing your stories, for connecting with each other, and for moving everybody forward in this idea of pathways to educating for peace. And I see that Salima and Annie are on their way back. I want to thank the listeners for sharing their questions, for the panelists for chatting with each other and showing your support as well, because it's together that we can create change. Thank you again. Annie and Salima, you're on.
Thank you, Simone.
Thank you, Simone. That was a fantastic panel. Thank you all to all the panelists. I don't know how to follow that. So I think we started out, that was a really good way to tie back to the 200-year present activity that Salima and I started. And so I think right now we are going to pass it to Sigrid, who's been rounding up. Thank you everyone for their contributions. Sigrid's been busy with just putting all the different words that we've got so far. And so Sigrid, can we pass it to you so that you can show us what you've got so far on our whiteboard?
Hello, can you guys see me? Or
yes, we can hear you.
Okay, we can. Oh, perfect. So thank you everyone for giving me your stories, your 200-year present, and for the speakers. I am very humbled by your stories, and I'm very touched. And I have, wait a minute. Okay, well, I don't know what you're seeing. Hopefully you'll see the whiteboard. But I have compiled all of your thoughts and your stories and your words. And then hopefully afterwards we're gonna quote unquote clean it up a little bit. But I kind of like the messiness of the board as well, because it shows all of the connections that we can make among all of our stories. And what I thought that it was really interesting is that all of these words that you provided me with and all of these ideas, and the past and present and futures, they are both a tool as well as sort of a legacy that we have. And so I think it's important to realize and to see how, even though there's a lot to tackle in the future and there was a lot to tackle in the past, there are all these things that we can do and all these things that have been given to us, such as hope for the future and our ability to persevere for justice through strength, and our legacies that have helped us go through commitment and struggle. So everything is interconnected, and what I really loved about everything that has come together is that it is really a picture of a community, and hopefully a global community, that comes together and heals together and pushes through together. Thank you.
Thank you, Sigrid. That looks like we have a lot of different things. So what do you think how does it look to you, Salima? What do you think? You started this.
Yes, thank you so much, Sigrid, for putting that all together. And thank you to the panelists and all of our audience members for contributing to the whiteboard so far. You can just see the connections between building relationships, change, action, legacy, love. There's just so many powerful words, and I would say what a powerful beginning to our series today. So just thank you to Urvashi, Fatima, Christy, Reva, and Simone for walking us through that journey, and Sigrid for putting it all together.
Thank you. So we are that wraps up kind of our podcast and video session, or session. So we are getting into the second panel to continue listening to stories and pathways to educating for peace. So I'll give a brief introduction to the speakers that we have on this panel, and before I pass it on to we get into the second panel. So we have Shauna Kuma, a somatic movement specialist, a choreographer, and a dance professor at the California State University in Los Angeles, United States. Joe Cloutier, a Theater of the Oppressed worker, teacher, and co-founder of the Inner City Youth Development Association in Edmonton, Canada. Scott Nishimoto is the executive director of Seeds of Peace in Honolulu, also in the US. And we have Scott to thank for to have the 200-year present. He introduced that idea to us, and so we decided to just go back and just do it all day. So Scott could probably talk a little bit more about it when he gets onto the panel. And we have Luis Herda, a professor in multicultural education and critical pedagogy at the New Mexico State University, Las Cruces, US. And also, Luis is also a faculty member at the Institute for Critical Pedagogy in Chihuahua, Mexico. This panel will be moderated by Leanne Ingram, who teaches at the Lakehead University in Aurora, Canada. So Leanne, over to you.
Hi everyone, can you hear me? Awesome, just wanted to make sure all the technology was working. Welcome everyone. As Annie said, I do teach at Lakehead University, which is actually in Aurelia. The main campus is in Thunder Bay, but I am based in Aurelia. And so we are actually situated on the traditional land of the Anishinaabe people, which includes the Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi nations, known as the Three Fires Confederacy. And we also are on Treaty 8, which is known as the Lake Simcoe Nottawasaga Treaty, which was signed in 1818. And so we just want to acknowledge the diverse Métis, Inuit, and First Nations peoples on our land. And I know we're all from all over the world here, so I just want to welcome everybody again. It's been a wonderful day. What better to watch than children making art about the world? It was a great thing. Hard to follow that as well. So welcome everyone. This is the second panel, Educating for Justice Through Peace. And we have all been asked to think about our own and how we connect to our pasts and our futures. This is sort of our frame for today. And I'm not going to say much more about that other than I teach at Lakehead in the Faculty of Education, and I am an educator and activist, and I graduate of University of Toronto as well. I work with young people here of all ages and stages, even older young people, as I teach adults and teacher candidates. And it is a wonderful privilege to be involved with the Jai Jagat movement and with this seminar. And now I'd love to, Annie did a great job of introducing our panelists, so I'm not going to say much more. I'd love to hear them tell their own stories themselves, and then we will come back. I will ask each panelist a question or two, and then we will have at the end of everybody's sort of couple of rounds of conversation, we'll opening it up to all of you. Please put your comments in the chat window, and our team will do their best at fielding all of your comments and questions. And so that I would like to introduce Joe first, who's going to be our first speaker. And I will turn off my mic and I will say, welcome, Joe. And we're looking forward to hearing your story now. Oh, Joe, your mic, there you go.
Okay, yep, there I am. It's better with the mic on, I think, when you talk. My perspective on peace education kind of grew out of my years, I guess, growing up in a poor part of Toronto, leaving school at age 15, periods of low-level employment and unemployment, and other questionable ways to make a living. After a time, I recognized the need to change my life. And by coincidence, I met people who lived differently and they seemed to enjoy their life. I joined them, I mean, why not? And became involved in organic gardening and living with other young people on farms around Toronto. Most were university graduates. They introduced me to books I was unfamiliar with and a way of life that was generations away from the life I knew. We also started and ran a business that promoted an environmentally sustainable lifestyle. A change came with the OPEC energy crisis. It impacted our business and priced our products out of the reach for the average person. The business floundered, and so did I. I decided to upgrade and become a carpenter. After in-school training, I headed for the oil boom of Western Canada. I worked for 4 years as a carpenter's apprentice on high-rise construction, while volunteering in a woodworking program in an inner-city boys and girls club. While the oil boom, again, it turned to bust and construction ground to a halt. I was laid off, out of work, and wondering what to do next. A friend suggested I go to university. It was a secret dream of mine, but not one that I considered possible. He encouraged me to try. I thought, well, okay, maybe I can be a woodworking teacher. I upgraded at a local high school and registered as a mature student at the University of Alberta. I thought if I could help one person avoid some of the pitfalls that caught me, it would be worth it. It was in an early education lecture that I learned of the work of Bowles and Gintis and their critical analysis of education practices. The lecture talked about streaming, about different methods of grouping students into programs that negatively impacted their future. He cited Bowles and Gintis' 1976 work that described how the education system prepares some poor and marginalized students to be docile, obedient workers in an exploitive, unjust system. Most teachers, he explained, mean well, but are unknowingly part of the process. The lecture resonated with my experience and inspired me to change from woodworking to social studies, to work hard and go to graduate school. In my senior years as an undergraduate, I was still shy and felt out of place. To get over my shyness, I registered in a summer drama class. It was condensed and intense. I was quite taken by the power of drama on personal development. I changed my volunteer woodworking program to a drama program with children 8 to 11. I knew that a survival skill growing up in such an environment is to develop a hard protective shell, but that shell can block personal development. Drama and drama games, I thought, would create positive creative experiences. After the first year of that program, other schools and agencies became involved. Soon we were offering programs in several inner city locations with children from 8 to 20 years of age. To help run the program, I raised enough money to pay a few drama students who acted as facilitators. As I was completing my university degree, I had an experience, one of my education practicum placements that totally changed my career plans. My placement was a grade 5 math class in an inner city school. The teacher sat at her desk and shouted instructions and behavioral comments at some students. Others walked up to her desk with questions. There was a group of 3 or 4 Indigenous youth sitting together and talking about the violence in their lives instead of doing the assigned work in the text. Because of their misbehavior, the teacher told them to stay in for recess and assigned me to guard them. I knew the youth from my volunteer work. I also knew that they didn't have the skills to do the work they were punished for not completing. That's it for me, I thought. It's grad school and community work. I applied to graduate school and studied peace education. My focus on the Cold War and peace through strength soon broadened to include the understanding that peace is more than the absence of violence. Peace is something we all need to work at, as exemplified in the life and work of Mahatma Gandhi, Martin Luther King, and many others, including the dedicated people in this conference. As I studied, I continued to work with youth in the community using drama programs to explore their life experiences. In my next graduate program, I read Paulo Freire, Augusto Boal, and other critical theorists. In a popular theater, otherwise known as Theater of the Oppressed, I met Alexina Dalgety, a theater artist and playwright familiar with life in marginalized communities and interested in community development. She agreed to take part in the drama programs. Alexina's example smoothed my rough edges, for sure, rough edges in the work, and added quality and depth to the program. She remained a key part of all programming. In the drama groups, we met in circles, shared food, and told each other stories from our experience. We analyzed the stories in scene work. Stories of violence and oppression dominated the work. In many cases, we created a play based on the participants' life experiences. In this way, functionally illiterate youth in the programs we were doing were able to do sophisticated social analysis. They were acting for change rather than being acted on. They exposed the structure of violence that impacted their lives and took some of what they'd learned out to teach others in the community. This, I thought, was education. It was peace education. Within a few years, we established a senior high school and incorporated much of the processes and philosophy that underpin our theater programs into the school. In the school, we shared food, met in a circle 3 times a day, morning, noon, and at day's end. Circles were smaller and more intimate in the early years. We discussed current events, problems in the school, and possible resolution. The circle promotes community and equality. All are respected and all have a voice. Our first step in the drama programs and in the school is to create relationships based on trust, respect, cooperation, and nonviolence. In that way, we create the conditions for pedagogy to take place because people are suffering from years of colonialism, oppression, and all of the impact on that. We support and empower youth to mediate and overcome the structural violence present in their lives. We help them develop the tools and skills to make their way through the current system, improve the conditions of their lives, and be part of enacting change. Youth from our early programs are working with us as accredited social workers, youth workers, and now the next generation of children from our early students are now registered in the school. He strokes his gray beard. In a generational project, it's a generational project, and the damage of colonialism runs deep, but will be repaired one generation at a time. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. What a wonderful story. And it was amazing to hear how you blended your multiple lives into one nice braid. I'm going to come back to you after everyone has told their story and ask you another question. In the meantime, I'd like to introduce Shauna Kummer from
Really wonderful to hear your story, and I'm honored to be on this panel with these incredible people. I'm speaking to you from the unceded lands of the Tongva people, and I want to begin with a quote that I really like, that I think is really appropriate. Peace is not the absence of war. It is the time when we all bring ourselves closer to each other, closer to building a structure that is unique within ourselves. Because we have finally come to peace within ourselves. So I am thinking of this in the context of the 200-year present. I thought of the oldest person whose lap I have sat on, which is my grandmother, who was born in 1889, and she's of Scottish heritage. And in thinking of the time that she was living in, I did a lot of work to look at the history of that moment. So I currently live in the United States, in Los Angeles, where at that time we were in post-slavery, Jim Crow laws, and so forth. In Canada, where she was living, Indigenous people were seen as a threat to white people, and some were being hanged for fighting for their rights. And in 1876, just a few years before she was born, the Indian Act was put into effect, which then had, of course, all kinds of implications and controversies after that. So my grandmother seems to have been very independent. She married quite late, and she was a nurse by vocation. And I realized that she would have got the right to vote when she was 27 years old in 1916. So that really brought to my attention the kinds of restrictions that she was living under. She married my grandfather, yes. Seems like so long ago. A couple years after that, and my father was born to her when she was 33 years old. So on the other hand, the youngest person I've held in my arms is Angelica, who is my goddaughter, my kinship daughter, and my niece. And I have a lot of responsibility for her. And so she was born in 1994, so she is currently 26 years old, similar to the age of my grandmother when she was able to vote. I looked at the research, and it was on the same day that Angelica was born, and she was born in the United States with an Indigenous father. The same year and day that Title VII was introduced to Congress, which prohibits discrimination based on employment practices, race, sex, and so forth. So that is the context from which I'm writing, and I'm thinking about her future and the future of all of us, but especially those in next generations. So around that time when Angelica was born, I had just returned from Africa where I lived, and I had always stood up to injustice. I was born in a family that fought for rights, held justice and equality as cherished ideals. And to become an effective activist, I also knew that I had to grow through my own pains and traumas coming out of childhood. So I've found that in order to process those things, I needed to do so through the actions of dancing and the practice of dancing. And I think where I realized my deepest sense of commitment to this practice of peace activism and anti-oppression was when I first experienced dance in sacred ceremony, which was in Cameroon in West Africa in 1990. And at that point, I recognized something that was beyond me in the ceremony, and I saw something as in a connection to the past that had been severed through colonization. So I found my commitment to this practice. To me, ceremony and dance is an important space where we get to connect to our humanity and our layered histories. And I see John Majay is just putting up a photograph of one of my students. So what dance offers in my experiences is a mindful approach to these practices of peace activism, a way to empathize, a way to communicate, and a way to process emotionally through the vulnerability of our bodies and access compassion, as well as build community. So last week on September 23rd, I participated in the relay fast, and my focus, well, I started with the body, as I always tend to do, my own female body, and looking at oppression and violence systemically to transform it. And I was fasting specifically to expose the ways that women's bodies are affected by violence, controlled by laws, and to draw attention to forced sterilization of women of color and Indigenous women, and all of the laws that need to be changed. So I was looking at this history, and September 23rd, I realized is the same day that Emmett Till's murderers were acquitted. That was a 14-year-old boy who was mutilated and killed very violently for supposedly looking at a white woman in 1955. This happened. And on the same day when I was fasting, Breonna Taylor's ruling came through about her, also about her her murderers being acquitted. So what will the world be like in another 26 years, and what laws will change? Just to close, I listened recently to Norbrice Phillip, a Canadian writer of Caribbean origin, and she asked, is it the vulnerability that we all experience from COVID-19? Is this the reason why people of so many different nationalities and origins woke up to march for all of these issues? And at the same time, there are those whose lives are focused on retaining power. So I just wanted to ask, by looking at this, what will our lives be not like in another 50 years or in 100 years? And I'll close with one more quote by Audre Lorde. I am not free while any woman is unfree, even while her shackles are very different from my own. Thank you.
Thanks, Shauna. That was wonderful. I wish we could all participate in this Cameroonian dance right now, actually. I'm now going to introduce Luis Huerta, and I'll just pass the microphone over to him. And then, of course, after everyone has told their stories, I will then ask some questions. So I'll just turn off my mic. Wait, Luis, are you there?
Thank you, Leanne. Yes, I'm here.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you. Well, something that I want to mention before starting sharing my story is this image that you can see on the screen. Because I think my entire life and the story that I'm going to share is part of it. It has been a a journey to hope. Because most of the time, we walk in our life like a journey. And sometimes we can see the dark sides of the road and we could get lost. That's so easy. But if we keep walking and looking at the final point, which is kind of the light illuminating your steps while you are walking, is the best option that I have followed. It's my story, and I love the idea that Scott shared with us in the process of planning these panels, thinking on the influence of people that help you to be the person that you are and to keep working for peace and social justice. And I want to go back to my grandparents, because they were kind of the force in my life. And my grandpa was born in 1900 and my grandma in 1901. And they took care of us, me, my brother, my sisters, because my mom became a widow when she was 29. And the four of us were alive with her. My dad passed away in a car accident, and she didn't know what to do. She decided to go back to her mom's house, which is my grandma's house, try to look for help while she started working. And she did that. She started working in a telephone company, and we were taking care of my grandmas. But my grandpa was always there, but his essence was different than my grandma. My grandma, I really loved that she helped me to see the world in different ways, because something that is always important for me to remember is that she was a curandera, something that we call in Mexico, curandera is a healer. She showed me that there are different ways of helping people to heal, not necessarily the westernized version of the world and the medicine. Sometimes her way of helping them cure the people better than the traditional medicine from the Western science. And she had many people going to see her. And I always was her helper. She said, bring me this, bring me that, do this, do that. And I started helping her to set up the stage for she doing the kind of ritual that she used to do for helping the people out. And I started learning. But at the same time, my mom started saying, just having one healer at home is enough, not two. And she pulled me away from my grandma and put me in the Catholic church that she believed on that at that time. And I started being an altar boy. And that's another part of the story that I, hopefully one day I can share, but that was a very complicated story because I saw things that made me to keep away from religion, from the church. Abuses, stealing money, things like that I saw from the priest. And I said, no way, I don't want to be part of this. But then going back to my grandma, at the same time that she was caring for us, in order to control us, to help us to behave, I will say that she was very abusive. She beaten us several times regularly. If you don't complain to what she said, in the moment that she said, you were at risk. And that also marked our life. And we started resisting. Sometimes I even showed her that I don't care if she beat me up. Because I said, who cares? I don't feel it. And she went worse with me, but I showed her back that I was not feeling the pain in order for her not to control me. But my grandpa, in the same picture, was the voice of the calm, the tranquility, if I can say it like that. He was a very hard worker, bricklayer, working construction. And But he always had that kind of voice that talked to me and say, "Calm down, think about it. Why are you doing this?" Made me to reflect. He didn't complete education, schooling, let me say it that way, but he was very educated man. He used to think and reflect before doing something. He never put a hand on us, all my brother and my sisters. And I started working with him as a bricklayer because we were trying to bring more money home. And I wanted not to be another load for my mom, giving me money to go to the school or things like that. And I started working with him when I was in 5th grade, when I was 11 years old. And I just do small things at the beginning, but then when I was 12, 13, I started doing more things in the constructions. But one day I made a mistake. The mixture of the cement and the sand was different than the one that I did. And then I told him, "I'm sorry, I don't know why I did this. I made a big mistake." And he said, "Just tell me, could you fix it?" And I said, "No." He said, "Don't worry, make it anew. We're gonna use this in different moments." But if I said, "I can fix it," he said, "Fix it, don't worry, act." But he never was violent in that way. He was very calm and very tranquil person. And I think he also walked through the road of hope, the journey of hope that I was telling you with the picture, because when he was little one, he was 10 years old, the Mexican Revolution started in my country of origin, because I was born in Mexico. And then poverty, the living conditions were terrible for many people in the rural areas. And my great grandma walked on the roads, going town to town, trying to find something to eat. And sometimes she even, let me put in quotation marks, she sold my grandpa to work in the farms in order to receive some corn to live for some days. And then they used to have something that they call cuarteron, which was a kind of rectangular box made out of wood. And they put corn to the top of the box. And they say, "Okay, this is his. I'm gonna keep him for 1 week." And they work him out. And then he said, "I was just waiting the time that I will be back with my mom and saw her again." That is why I'm telling you, I think that he walked the journey of hope as I presented in the picture, because he, with all the negative things, the obscure side of the road, he didn't get lost. He always tried to go back to his family. And he did that with us too. The day that he yelled at us when we were behaving terrible, we cried just because he raised his voice, because we were not used to him yelling at us. So his essence, his presence was very important for me in that way. I kind of follow, I'm not saying repeating his way, but following his view. The things can be fixed, don't worry. If they cannot be fixed, don't worry. Try to do it anew, or fix it if you can fix it. And I started my education in the teacher college. And at the time, many of the students in the teacher college came from lower class background. At that time, I was kind of recruited, if I can say like that, to become a social activist, working on communities, participating in the youth of some political parties that were underground at that time. And I learned that we can organize protests, and sometimes we practice violence in the protests. We defy the authorities, we defy the police forces, and it was very risky, very, very risky. Just to tell you, once when I was almost about to finish the college, the teacher college, I had an issue with the authorities, and they took me and put my life in risk. But that was a moment when they.
This seems like a bad time to interrupt, Luis.
Yes, tell me.
Because we want to know the end of this story, but maybe can I circle back? Can I circle back to it in our questions, because I think the people probably want to hear this story. But I am charged with introducing Scott now. So Luis Huerta, I'll circle back to this story in the questions. I'm now going to pass it on to our next speaker, Scott Nishimoto, the Executive Director of the organization Seeds of Peace in Hawaii. So welcome, Scott. Let's just test your mic.
Yeah, can you folks hear me?
Awesome,
Can you
great.
hear me? All
Yes,
right.
we can. Thank you.
Yeah, mahalo to Riva, Leanne, and their team for having me all the way from, like Leanne said, Honolulu, Hawaii. It's 7:48 a.m. here, so very different time zone from I'm assuming most of you folks are in. So I'd love for us to follow this theme of the 200-year present. And when I think about the oldest person who held me as a child, that'd be my grandmother, who was born in 1915. And when I think about the youngest person who I've held, that'd be my daughter, who you see in this picture, who is just an adorable little 2-year-old toddler today, turns 3 in a little bit. But she's someday going to be this old, 7-year-old woman with grandchildren, maybe great-grandchildren on her lap. I really feel that my grandmother helped to shape who I am today, gave me a lot of the wisdom that she gathered over her lifetime. And at the same time, every story that I read to my daughter, every lesson I teach her, has this profound impact on her future 200-year present. So just this idea of generational impact is kind of a reoccurring theme in my life. I'd like to share 3 really quick stories with you folks, and I promise I'll stay within 8 minutes. The story of my grandmother, the story of my daughter, and the story of myself at this moment. So first, the story of my grandmother. During World War II, my grandmother's father, so my great-grandpa, he was imprisoned or interned by the US government. He was a Japanese businessman who our country deemed as a threat to our nation. Why? No good reason. He was a Japanese businessman in a time when Japan was the enemy. That's it. So they took him from his family here in Hawaii, and they sent him to the continent, to 4 different spots on the continent over the next 4 years. He left behind a wife and 7 kids. Shortly into the war, his wife unexpectedly passed away from cancer. So my great-grandmother passed away from cancer in, I believe, 1942, so right at the beginning of the war. And the government didn't even let him come home to say goodbye, didn't let him come home to kind of, tie things up, didn't let him come home to take care of his 7 kids. They denied that request. So my grandmother, as the eldest child, suddenly became the mother of the household. She took care of 6 siblings as well as a young daughter of her own, my auntie. So when we talk about peace, it's really humbling to know that my family, just as recent as a couple generations ago, is the product of the consequences of war and discrimination, as well as the product of this sense of resiliency through these times. So for me, it's just such an honor to exist today, and to play at least a small part in making sure that these mistakes don't happen again. So that's my first story. My second story is the story of Ellie, my daughter. And really, showing this picture is just a great excuse. I'm one of those dads who just love showing pictures of my daughter. So just another way to show that for me. In October 2017, I remember sitting in the delivery room when she was being born. And when your child's born, they say it's supposed to be the happiest moment of your life, right? That's what people say. That's what you see on TV. But I remember feeling absolutely terrified. And, there are just not too many happy moments, happy feelings at the moment. And I remember thinking, we just brought a baby into the world who is a future woman, a future Native Hawaiian, so she's indigenous, a person of color, someone who's going to be exposed to the greatest effects of climate change, effects that we've never seen in our lives, and someone who's going to be living in a nation that's currently plagued by these really insane levels of inequality and unfairness and discrimination. And statistically, she's destined for this pretty difficult life, right? Now I'm really happy that I have a daughter, and those really negative feelings didn't last too long. But my daughter makes me feel like I have this special privilege to work hard and to shape a better future for her and her generation. And that's why I love the work that I do. So that brings me to the most boring of the three stories, the story of myself. My parents are retired oral historians here in Honolulu, Hawaii. So for a living, they got to collect what they say are the extraordinary stories of ordinary people. And lucky for me and my brother, we got to hear these stories at the dinner table, in the car driving to basketball practice right before bed. And we'd hear these stories of injustice and unfairness and inequality, as well as the stories of triumph, and of change makers and of sacrifice. And let me tell you that if you hear enough of these stories growing up, it's really hard not to care. It's really hard to turn a blind eye, and not devote at least part of your future to making the world a better place. So, without even thinking very hard about it, this path as a peace builder is a path that I chose for my life. It's a path that I had to choose for my life. I went to law school. Shortly after law school, I worked 6 years as the vice president of a local nonprofit organization that worked with individuals with disabilities. At this job, I kind of learned to celebrate more of the differences that our community has within itself, and to build peace to a population that doesn't have much of it typically. 2 years ago, I was trusted enough to be hired as the executive director of a nonprofit called Seeds of Peace, and that's Seeds of Peace with a C, which maybe I'll explain a little bit more. But it starts with a C, so CEEDS, named after the focus on our C leadership skills, so compassion and courage and conflict resolution and collaboration and connection. And we're an organization that's working really hard to raise this next generation of peace building leaders and to really rebrand peace as action, on the ground action. And I think that just brings me to the person I am today. So thank you very much for allowing me to share my story. I don't often get to share my own story, so as maybe uncomfortable as it is to share this story, it's also really just an honor and a privilege. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Scott. I'm sure if my father were here, he would agree with you that he's the kind of dad who loves to share photos of my niece who's 6 years old. And that's who I keep in my mind as well when we're thinking about the next generation and our commitments to the next generation. So that was a really sweet story, Scott. Thank you. Thanks everyone, all of the panelists, for sharing their amazing stories. And I'm going to circle back with some questions for people. There are a lot of questions coming in from our participants, from our audience. So please keep those questions coming. Feel free to put them in the chat window and send them to our amazing team, Jai Jagat team, who will then send them to me so that I can get your questions answered by the panel. So first of all, I will ask a couple of rounds of questions to individual speakers, and then we'll open it up to everybody for kind of a more free form discussion. So my first question is for Shauna. I really think it's important for us to remember in this crazy technological age where we're all at home at our laptops all the time, how we can blend our commitments to justice work, to social justice work, and to peace with mindful body work. And how do we do that? And if you have any thoughts on how you blend that into your own work as well.
Thank you, Leanne. I have a lot of thoughts about that, so I'll try to simplify it. I wondered if I could ask Janmajay to put up the poster or the photograph of the body map that, in any case, if you can, that could be in the background. While I'm talking, I could refer to it. There it is. Because some people don't think of dance and body work as connected to peace activism. And it is very much. I really like the way that Resmaa Menakem describes trauma in his book, My Grandmother's Hands. I think a lot of people have read this, or it's been referred to a lot lately, this book. It came out a few years ago. And he articulates that trauma is never a personal failing, and it's not something that someone chooses. And it's a tool. So what I do is I work with ideas that come directly from people. In this case, this dancer and I, this is one of my students, we were creating a piece about the ICE detention centers and the cages that people are having to live in. And this was pre-pandemic in February. And the map that you can see behind her, the body map, is how, you know, these are pieces that all of the dancers created over several months. And we looked at empowerment within the body, at trauma within the body, and other ideas. And it helped them to understand how they're very connected to other bodies, to other spaces, to other people. So you can see the items that we put around her at the bottom. This was in the lobby. We did a show. And the items are representative of lost items at the border that people, you know, left behind while they were escaping across the border. And so I think that this type of work, it speaks visually and in an embodied sense to ways that we're very connected to each other. And it can be extremely meaningful. In this case, we were able to have a whole experience in the lobby as well as a performance on stage. And then it provides a whole method for having discussions and meaningful, impactful discussions. So
Yeah, amazing, Shauna. Someday we will have to dance together. It's gonna have to happen somehow. We also lived in Cameroon, and I also danced in Cameroon, and so it is an amazing thing to connect us to ourselves and to each other. And I think we saw that in the stories of the kids right before this session. I'm going to circle back to Luis to finish our. It was kind of like a mystery story, Luis. We lost you there in the. So I'm going to circle back to Luis, and maybe you could share with us a little bit about your journey from how you moved from. You were just about to talk about being trained in more violent strategies of organizing, and maybe you could tell us how you went from those strategies to where you are today, and the idea of nonviolence.
Okay, thank you. Something that, and I lost track of the time, sorry for that, but something that happened in my story is that the moment that and that is why I connect a lot with the Scott story, when my daughter was born, I decided to switch. And I said, well, I need to be here for her, to be present, not just to be in a picture. But at the same time, I will have to continue fighting to prepare people to do a more social impact in our society, to look for change. And then I started getting immersed more in readings, and I started getting well-versed on Paulo Freire's theory, specifically the notion of hope, why I connect with my picture at the beginning of the presentation. And after understanding Freire, I moved to the field of critical pedagogy, working from this perspective in a kind of more humanistic way of the Marxism perspective. But serendipity helped us without knowing ourselves. And for example, in 2014, I had the opportunity to meet Reva, one of the presenters on the first panel, that at that time I was in a point when my life was taking different changes. And but listening to her, I was translating for her in Spanish because I met her in Chihuahua. And listening to her, to the way she sees things and how she approached the world, not just change me, change different people. And at that time, I was sitting down and thinking, am I being congruent with myself in this way? And then I started reviewing a lot of things, and I started jumping into diving into Gandhi's readings. That is why I started learning different ways of having this non-violent protest instead of violent protest. And I continue to cater my students that way. We cannot see the reality and stand by just looking at it. We need to start moving and becoming activists in the process.
Great, Luis, thank you so much. I'm going to, and I'm now going to turn to Scott. Scott, and I want to ask you a little bit more about your work, Scott, in terms of how you integrate your peace work and nonviolent in a more into the practice of your work with Seeds for Peace. So I wonder if you could talk a little bit more in detail about your work and how you integrate these principles into the work that you do.
Sure, thanks for that question. I think I'll just start by saying, what drew me most to Seeds of Peace when I was deciding whether I wanted to work at Seeds of Peace was the organization's focus on rebranding peace, right? And what do I mean by that? I think the best way to explain this is, well, usually we ask our participants, what does peace mean to you? So it's it's a very broad question, but also kind of a simple question. And when we ask this question, we get all kinds of answers ranging from peace is sitting under a mango tree singing Kumbaya, to peace is the end of all wars, the end of all weapons, the end of all violence, the end of anything bad, right? And they're both correct answers. There's no wrong answer to that question. But we at Seeds, a lot of our work happens somewhere in between those two extremes. To us, peace it should be a little bit more than sitting under a mango tree singing Kumbaya, but it doesn't have to only be the end of all wars and the end of all violence and the end of all weapons, as much as we want that as well. We are actively creating this version of peace within ourselves, this version of peace with others, so this interpersonal peace, and this sense of peace through service to our community. And we're trying to rebrand peace as action, as I said earlier. Not just a feeling, not just something you study, although it can be both of those things as well. But to us, peace is this active process to build peace and to build a peaceful, resilient, beloved community. And this active peace building process is supposed to be hard work. It's supposed to be on the ground. You're supposed to get your hands dirty. You're supposed to be working with others, even when that's uncomfortable. So what do we do at Seeds of Peace? I would say that we kind of create these different platforms and opportunities for the community to do so. And in each of these platforms, we start by teaching these foundational skills and tools, the C values as well as various youth peace building workshops as well. And these platforms result in hundreds of action plans over the last decade or so, ranging from peace building and anti-bullying curricula in the schools, to youth-led voting campaigns, to local stream restoration, to rallies against gun violence, just to name a few off the top of my head. And we feel that this impact has been really profound in the community, and we hope to be able to continue to do this work for a really long time. The last thing I just want to say is, I think our approach is a great reminder of how change works. It can happen quickly, but it can also happen slowly and gradually. And if you ever think that your actions aren't impactful enough, they really can be. And the things that we put into motion today might not have systemic change for another generation, but we need to set that momentum in motion, right? We gotta get started on this work. As unlikely or hopeless it might seem sometimes. So, yeah.
Amazing, thanks, Scott. I think that was a great reminder to all of us of the way that we think about nonviolence as not just an absence of war, but an active practice, ongoing practice of promoting peaceful ways of being, and also the idea of structural violence, that inequality and injustice is structural violence. It's not just, armies rolling and tanks rolling down the street. So thank you, Scott. That's a great segue for my next question, which is, I'm now circling back to Joe again, which is, and my question really is, and there were some questions from people too about this, to ask you a little bit about how you turned your life in a new direction, and how you help the young people that you work with to turn their lives in a different direction, and what barriers or obstacles you have had in that, and how do you help them find the hope to turn their life in another direction and reimagine their pathway?
Thank you for the very simple question.
Sorry, I should have.
Well, sometimes you think, well, I didn't really turn it. I mean, situations present themselves and you make choices, and sometimes you're lucky enough to make the right one, and sometimes not so lucky. So as far as myself, that's kind of how I see it. This is just kind of a situations being presented and being fortunate enough, not always, to make the choice that was more comfortable, maybe the proper choice would be word. As far as the work with the youth go, and talk of resilience, I think it's just a real honor to work with. Well, mostly it was Indigenous people that have been oppressed generation after generation, and still having the ability to laugh, and to, like, our sessions exploring issues like racism, like prostitution, like family violence, and putting them, using their bodies to put them into sculptures, and then animating that and creating stories of how did this happen, how did it end up. But in the middle of that, we throw in music, and all the sessions are full of laughter, and we're sharing food, and think, my goodness, so it's their own resilience and their own power that drives them forward. Just sometimes you get so stuck that you can't see it, and all you need is some light to come in, and you can make your way.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. That's amazing. I was going to ask you a little bit about how you connect or build trust with these youth, but I think you you answered it very nicely in that. So maybe we'll circle around again in a little bit, and I'm going to now ask Luis a follow-up question. You talked a lot about your sort of what your lessons you were learning from your mother, from your grandmother, from your grandfather. And I think what is lovely to hear everyone's stories too is thinking about how do we take our own lived experiences and put it into practice, into our own work, and helping the students that you work with today. So you talked a little bit also about Reva and how she kind of helped to have you think differently about the idea of organizing and social justice work. So I wonder if you might, Luis, tell us a little bit about how did you take those lessons that you learned from your grandmother and your mother and your grandfather, and how do you integrate them into your work today with young people?
Well, something that I think is important to mention is that my grandma and my grandpa were, and still are, kind of very strong influence in my life. My grandma, the way of seeing the world in different ways. And when I work in my classes, and when I think on participating in some processes, projects, and activities, or activism, I think in different ways. Not the logical way that we can expect, for example. And but from my grandpa, I learned the capacity of being humble. And that helped me a lot, because humbleness, and I remember Paulo Freire wrote about that too in one of his books, but humbleness for me implies that I need to recognize that I don't know everything. In that way, I should be accepting that my students know many things when they came with me to me in the classes, when they work with me in the classroom. No one ignore everything, and no one knows everything. That's kind of humbleness helped me to think in different ways, that kind of epistemological curiosity for me. I need to keep learning and moving and understanding the world and understanding the life they are bringing to me in the classroom. In that way, I have to accept the condition they have, play with them in positive ways, not demeaning them, but trying to understand where they're coming from and try to put in a bigger perspective. I try to make them to see things in different ways too. And the example that I mentioned from Riva, it was fantastic. If I can just explain this example, because it was marvelous. We were in a group filled out with people that were social activists, participating in protests and activism, everything that you can imagine. And Riva was doing the talk, the presentation, and it was amazing for me standing on the front side of the Riva, looking at the same perspective she was looking at, but I know the people that was there. And then when she starts saying about humbleness, I think, and the necessity, what you need to live, is not just to be so eager to show off and bringing things like buying the new things all the time. And she said, I have just 2 pair of shoes. How many pairs of shoes you have? And then I look at the face of my friends and colleagues, and I saw their faces changing. And then when she said, chose a little cell phone, and she said, this is my cell phone. I'm using the cell phone just for communicating. And she said, how many of you have the new, I don't remember what number was of the iPhone. And many of my colleagues, I noticed many of them try to put their cell phone down and putting it onto their hands like that, covering up. Because all of them, because I don't have an iPhone, but all of them were in that kind of fashion. We were activists looking for social change, but at the same time, we wanted to have the same fast, consumist lifestyle that the system is imposing. That I keep that in my mind all the time, trying to be humble enough to understand that I can change the world overnight, but I will stay fighting every single day to do little by little changes to us. As Scott mentioned, the change doesn't come like fast, it takes some time, and I need to learn that, continue learning that all the time.
Thank you, Luis. Yeah, I think the idea of humility is a really interesting one in this particular time, with the leadership that we have around the world, and the sort of like glamorization of that kind of the opposite of humility. So I think that's a very important lesson for us all. I'm now going to sort of circle back to Scott, and I loved, Scott, hearing about your motivations for your work in terms of your daughter. I think all of us can relate to that, whether we have children or not. What is our responsibility to the next generation? And we are in a crisis point, a global crisis point. So how do you think, you mentioned a little bit about turning crisis into opportunity. How do you think in your work, and how can we help young people keep a sense of hope and turn this crisis, whether it's COVID or the inequality crisis or the sustainability crisis, how do we all turn this crisis into opportunity and maintain our hope?
Thanks, Dan. That's a great question. And when I say turning crisis into opportunity, I don't mean to minimize the crisis. Like being able to see opportunity out of a crisis is actually quite a privilege, because those really going through the crisis, it's a little harder to see that opportunity. But yeah, so I mean, globally and nationally, we're dealing with huge crises. Here in the U.S., the Black Lives Matter movement and the racism. There's our current political leadership. Just recently, there's Ruth Bader Ginsburg's passing and what happens to the Supreme Court moving forward. And then there's this pandemic. Can't forget about this pandemic. I think I'm going to try to answer this more in the context of like what's going on locally here in Hawaii, because that's just something I've been thinking a lot about. There's also a lot going on here in Hawaii, including all of those things, right? I think while many see Hawaii as sort of this post-racial oasis that we've got it all figured out, we here in Hawaii know that it's not. There's something very wrong with the community in which its indigenous population, so Native Hawaiians, and then its newest immigrant population, Micronesians, are treated among the worst. And I think that's a crisis going on here in Hawaii. We have a mountain here in Hawaii called Mauna Kea, and it's a place that is sacred to Native Hawaiians. And our state and a bunch of people with a lot of money in their pockets, they want to build a telescope on it. And as you folks probably know, developing on a sacred place is almost never the right thing to do. And then we also have this population of Pacific Islanders, Micronesians, our most recent immigrant group. And they, on a daily basis, even amongst, my own friends and people who I consider good people, and my classmates, they are called words like, cockroaches by many. They're told on a daily basis to go back to where they came from. Just some of the most horrible things you can imagine are being said about this new immigrant group. And yeah, even as I say it, I'm like, oh my gosh, like I can't believe this is happening here in Hawaii. And all this despite the fact that our nation has tested atomic bombs on their waters. We've also made them one of the first group of climate refugees that our planet has due to sea level rise. So what am I trying to say? When I look at what's going on here in Hawaii, when we work with educators who do a great job at teaching Hawaiian history here in Hawaii, the great educators are able to recognize the injustice toward our indigenous population and facilitate these really difficult conversations among their students. They're using sort of this crisis as sort of an opportunity to teach, right? And when our great educators implement, say, anti-bullying initiatives, they do so by thinking hard about the prevalence of bullying, particularly toward Micronesian students. And they teach the history of the bombs we've dropped and the damage we've caused when we ignored the impacts of climate change. So I hope that answers your question, but yeah, I think basically I'm trying to say that the educators we work with and the community members we work with are already doing a great job at trying to turn these crises into opportunities, and a lot of it is through different ways of teaching, changing the way they teach.
Thanks, Scott. Yeah, I mean, maybe this round of questions, everyone, please feel free to comment on any of the questions that have been asked. I just want to let all of our panelists know I'm working fast and furious because I have questions coming from the audience over here and also over here. And so I'm trying to be mindful, but it's hard to, I'm like an octopus. Because there are a lot of questions coming for you all. Everyone appreciates your stories, and maybe I can circle back to Joe a little bit. And I think it would be great for everybody to hear a little bit more. I know Luis and all of you have talked a little bit about how do we use the arts and how do we use theater or creativity, in our work with young people to give them a sense of voice, and also, it's a kind of embodied experience. So the question for you, Joe, really is a little bit more, we'd love to hear a little bit more details or stories of your work with some of your students and how you use the arts to build trust and relationship with marginalized Indigenous and marginalized kids in the Edmonton area.
With the community-based programs before the school, we would meet in a circle with the youth, and we would share food, and we would introduce each other through drama games, and then we would share more stories, and we would even get into drama games where they're more of a sculpture, and where you sometimes join the sculpture. And we're dealing with people who have been sexually abused and who can't be touched. And we would get, this wasn't conscious, it's just a way of building trust and creating a relationship. But eventually, people that had always shied from being touched could touch others and feel comfortable and feel good about doing it. And in that way, we're starting with trust, and we're creating a community that can begin to work together. And we took that process right into the school at the same time. And we met in a circle, the small circles at first, and we would talk about current events. We talk about what we need to build a community and what we need to make things better, and how do we deal with this problem, and all working together again and building a community. And it gets to the point of now, like from the very beginning to now, that many of these young people see the school that we have as their safe place. And they're introduced to the program through the arts, whether it's theater, drama games, visual arts, graphic arts, programs. We have programs in the virtual world, and it's creating a series of worlds of the past, the present, the future, and kind of joining that together to see how it's just creating communities and building trust. And at the same time, when some of these young people come in here, they come from other schools. It might be, I mean, the ages we work with are generally 15 to 20, but the average is 17 to 19. And an 18-year-old coming in and testing academically at grade 3 in English and less in math, and then on the record having been in 20 schools before and not completing grade 9. And that, like, I guess it ranges from 15 to 23, and it's all in the middle there, how many schools they've been in. And at last check, which was pre-COVID, over a year, 72%, like we're about 80 to 90% Indigenous, 72% had contact with children's services, meaning that they had been apprehended, placed in the foster system, moved around, and that's why there's that number of schools, and they're just pushed through the system. And then because of that, they're angry at what goes on. They've been placed in foster homes and group homes, and consequence for every misbehavior. So they shy away from any kind of formal institution. Many of just leave those things and live on the street. And then they have to survive in street culture by their wits. There's just no resources whatsoever, just by their wits. We're involved in violence and self-harm, because when we can do all of that and get involved in all these substances that stimulate us and make us feel better. But there's always a point where the lights are out and you got to think about who you are and what's going on. And then the incidence of self-harm is just really high. And so how we address that is by treating everyone with respect, by not consequencing people, by not dealing with, not being violent in our response or in our actions in any way, and not being non-confrontational. And I think it's just respect and kind of a Freudian sense of love, of just supporting wherever possible.
Yeah, thank you, Jill. That was a really, I think that gives everyone a really good sense of the kinds of issues that your students are dealing with. And I think it's also really gives us a sense of how those structures that we're dealing with, that we're talking about, the structural violence acts upon bodies and on children and on themselves, and how we manifest that oppression in our own bodies and our own behaviors and the way that we treat ourselves and we treat others. So I think, Joe, you did a wonderful job there helping us all understand how that idea of structural violence impacts us. And I'm going to circle back to Shauna a little bit, and I think it's a really good way of coming kind of full circle, Shauna, to the idea of like body embodiment, and how the arts. How do you think in your own work how you have used the arts, not just dance but arts broadly? I'm a very strong believer in using and how the arts can connect us to things that we wouldn't normally do in an academic space, in academic spaces. I think everyone in this panel has talked a lot about blending and straddling sort of the more traditional academic worlds and the what real life worlds outside, and how do we do that? So I wonder, Shauna, if you have any comments on any of the other questions, but in particular, there's been lots of questions about how do you think the arts, how do you use the arts in this kind of social justice peace work? And how do you do that in an era where we're placing increasing focus on accountability and testing and all of the kinds of mechanisms that school systems are using today? And that they're being defunded in the US as well and in other places.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. And it's really, really nice to follow on what Joe was saying too, because I see this beautiful circle that he keeps mentioning behind him and in the picture. And I think that I have learned as a dancer, as a director, as a choreographer, and as a teacher to use also a circle to find a way to help people communicate, to communicate myself and to learn compassion and vulnerability. And I think that's a lot of what is happening, when we work with individuals or groups of people. The arts are a way to help people to articulate things that they're not able to say in words, perhaps. So I know Joe and others here, I believe, have used Boal's techniques, Augusto Boal's techniques of, theater of the oppressed. A lot of us have mentioned Freire and others who went before him, but this technique is something that I've used quite extensively in dance processes and in educating processes, just as a way to help people articulate. I think of, there's a quote by Audre Lorde that I wrote down earlier on the chat, and one of the other things is what are the words you do not have yet? What do you need to say? And it goes further about the tyrannies of oppression and the ways that those things live inside of us. And I think we have to first find ways to articulate our own traumas, as I've talked about, and the ways that we've internalized oppression, and also to find ways to help others to do that. So those are some of the things that I do through mindfulness practices, humility. And then the other thing that was brought up earlier in one of the sessions was a quote by Maya Soetoro Ng, and she talked about washing the eyes. And I thought that's just a great quote, washing the eyes of all the negativity or the feelings like we don't have power. Because really being part of this group and other groups, it really helps me to see that each of you is doing such amazing work, and to know that people are interested in attending this are also doing amazing work in their own lives. And so we're more than just one thing. And so this whole 200-year present that was brought to our attention through Scott is something that also assists in washing the eyes and thinking about how small actions that we take, even whether it's with groups of people, whether it's arts activism and keeping that type of education alive, you know, or whatever it is that we're doing, we can have a huge impact, or even a small impact. It doesn't have to be a huge impact, right? It's a small and humble impact. Perhaps someone else wants to share about that.
Yeah, I was going to open it up. Thank you, Shauna. I think about the butterfly effect, that, you know, the idea that one little movement of one butterfly here, don't discount the fact that it could cause a action and far, far away. Would anyone else like to comment on or build on Shauna's comments about the use of the arts, or anything that we've talked about in the first couple rounds of questions before I open it up to the participant questions? Luis, Joe, Scott? No, okay. Thanks everyone. Shauna, yeah?
I just wanted to say something about that I also really appreciated what Scott was talking about with the Micronesian population in Hawaii. And I lived in Hawaii for a couple of years and did some little bit of work with the homeless population there. And so, you know, like, it's just very powerful to know that you are each in your own locations doing such great work.
Yeah, I echo that. I have a number of audience questions here, everybody. We have about half an hour or so of free form questions from the audience, and perhaps a dance at the end, I don't know. A chair dance for everybody. The first set of questions really is around the idea of barriers and working within systems that are, I mean, all of us have to work within systems. We all have to work within institutions or organizations or schools, all of this, all of the above. And I know in my own work in teaching that I have a lot of students or parents, if I'm doing introducing them to critical theory, or if I'm doing critical analysis work with them, that some of them push back and their parents push back in the idea that, you know, what am I teaching them? I have a lot of students who come from East Asia, in particular Chinese and Korean. And for a lot of them, this is like, why would we be talking about these kinds of issues? And why am I not teaching them like literacy skills and with a traditional kind of viewpoint? So it is an ongoing struggle of how to work within those structures when the structures are reproducing those sort of traditional or dominant values. And I wonder if anyone would like to comment on that. The original question was directed to Luis and the idea of using critical pedagogy. So I wonder if anybody else would like to start. Maybe I can start by directing it to Luis, but if anyone would like to talk about some of those struggles that you face in your own work within the institutions and issues of power, and I'll start with Luis, and then if anybody else wants to comment, we can circle back.
Well, always is resistant to this kind of work, and but something that made me to continue doing it is that in my philosophy of life, my perspective, I'm seeing critical pedagogy as a philosophy of life. I cannot stop doing it because it's part of my life, and the only thing is that I need to fight in different terrains inside the institution, because one part is my work in the classroom, fighting with a student that came from a white supremacist background, for example, and having them in my class, always a clash in that perspective. Just talking about diversity. And when they start saying, I don't believe in that because I don't see it, that kind of thing, the process of challenging them to recognize the other that is sharing the space in the classroom with them it's a hard work to do. But I do it every single class in the semester, for example. But the other level of fight that I need to do is to keep being congruent in the fight with my colleagues. My colleague needs to work in kind of the similar ways, and if we are not doing that, what are we doing here? Because we embrace as one of the pillars of our institution to promote the view of critical pedagogy and critical multiculturalism. And I have had colleagues that are not working in the same direction, and colleagues that they are not humble enough to recognize that each one of us do the critical pedagogy in different ways, because I really believe I am a promoter, if I can say like that we don't have just one critical pedagogy. We have critical pedagogies, because we came from feminist perspective, teacher as research perspective, we came from gender issue, black race theory, critical race theory. Different fields are coming to the critical pedagogy perspective. So in that way, my other struggle is to the institution now. We have to figure out a new world that is coming to us. And I know this is a political part from Paris, but if it's the patriotic curriculum that is our president kind of threaten us to promote, is going to put into risk all the multicultural critical race theory perspective. And we need to organize the fight to kind of push it back or trying to eradicate it from the schools.
Yes, we've been watching with horror as well from here in Canada about it as well. I don't know if anybody else would like to address a little bit the issue of like getting pushed back within the structures or within the systems, and how do we navigate or negotiate that? I saw Scott was nodding, so maybe I'll hand it to you, Scott.
Sure, yeah, I wouldn't mind chiming in a little. When I think about the biggest systemic barrier to building peace, particularly with the next generation, one of the first things that comes to mind is the barrier of this deficiency-based mindset or approach, as opposed to a strengths-based or a gifts-based approach. The longer I work in this position, and actually just in my entire professional career, I see more and more that youth are judged by whether they can meet certain standards in math and science and English. And if you don't hit these standards, you're made to feel that you just don't have a lot to offer, not only as a peace builder or a change maker, but just as a human being in general, right? And that's why one of my favorite exercises is having our participants share the story of their gifts, right? Like, I just keep on thinking, what if we gave all of our students that opportunity to share their strengths and their gifts? But not only our students, like what if we gave that opportunity to all adults and our government leaders and everyone out there, right? And when I say strengths, I don't just mean, I'm strong at math or I'm the captain of the basketball team. We actually want them sharing their gifts. So, I'm gifted at listening to others, or I'm gifted at, my favorite one for myself is I'm gifted at making my daughter laugh because I know she's going to be dealing with a lot of sadness in her future. So again, I just keep on going back to that big systemic barrier. Like, what if we could change the education system and just change society in general to be a little bit more strength-based and gifts-based rather than deficiency-based? Like, what kind of big systemic change can happen if we just made that small adjustment?
Yeah, interesting way of reframing it for us. Shauna, would you like to chime in here a little bit?
Sure, I can try to add something to the wonderful things that have already been said. I think the other aspect that I think of is that sometimes my students and people in general tend to think in terms of misinformation and images through social media and ways that they very much depend on that. And so I think having a very authentic experiences with the students and really, as others have said, really honoring their gifts and really hearing them, even if our opinions are different, and even if we have to work through, whatever oppressions that they've internalized or that they're externalizing, it's still very important. I also refer to bell hooks, you know, education as a practice of freedom. And I know that others are also nodding and can relate to that. So there are ways that we can, you know, if we're asking students to bring their stories, we can also bring ours. We can also, we have to also do that authentic work of presenting ourselves and looking at our own histories. And to me, as a person who survived very traumatic experiences, I truly was brought out of my shell, you know, from being mute to being able to speak and to being a, you know, really active participant in the world. So that reaching into another person's life, like what Joe talked about, that he does with his students is very, very important. And it's the only real way that I can see to combat the surface way that people relate to each other sometimes, and that affects us.
Thanks, Shauna. I don't know if Joe would like to add anything about how you've dealt with this kind of work within structures and how the issues of power and fighting. I don't know if you have anything else you wanted to share, Joe, after everyone, but I wanted to come back to you and give you the opportunity if you did.
I need to unmute myself. So it's important to give voice, right? To give us voice.
Good metaphor.
But I guess maybe one of the most difficult is maybe to sort of follow up on Scott as well, and for us to operate with. And there's two parts to our program. One is that we reach out on the street, bring youth in. The other part is the high school. So reaching out on the street, bringing youth in, taking them through the arts and allowing them to experience success and express themselves. And then to run the high school, to run the school, we have to code the students. In other words, and it's in the structure of Alberta education, and we have to have a psychologist, and we have to track their behaviors. And then generally for us, they fall into two codes. And one is conduct disorder and severe oppositional defiant disorder. Meaning that these young people that have lived such a life as I described, strangely enough, don't do as they're told when you order them to do things. And that we need to work within that, and we need to present that data, and we have to get all the staff to track behaviors, and somehow at the same time prevent them from being co-opted by the system that looks at everyone as a problem. These young people have these codes, and these are serious codes, and they're problems, and they're problems for society. Track their behaviors, and then we'll figure out how to fix them. When in fact, it's a deep sociological issue. So on the one side, we have a suit and a tie, and we deal with the Alberta education. And on the other front, we have a t-shirt, and we try to mediate all of that, and we try to appreciate the young people's strengths and to build on them, and at the same time do the work we have to do to stay here to be able to do it. And so that's kind of a balancing act that we work with every day.
Thank you, Joe. I think that is a very good explanation for a lot of the teacher candidates that I teach. They're always saying, yeah, I'm with you. I believe this. I just don't know how to do it. And I don't know how to do that kind of work within the structures that we all live in. And they often think of it as a kind of a binary. Either I do this and I have tests, I prepare them for tests and I do this, or I do this amazing social justice work. And so I think it helps us all think about, and helps them think about, especially new teachers, as we're getting into this system the way that it is, how do we do social justice work or peace work within those structures, and how do we help our students think that way. So I think that was a really beautiful way of the peace as being more than just an absence of war, and more than just an absence of violence, and thinking about kind of circling back to, I think, what Scott was saying earlier too, about the idea of active nonviolence. So not just an absence of something and not just an absence of war, but active living and acting peacefully and nonviolently. And so I'm wondering if, and the question was really for everyone about how do you help the people that you work with, including students, but not limited to, how do you help them understand this idea of peace as being something beyond non-war or absence of war, and the idea of structural violence? So it's not directed at anyone in particular, so I'll just open it up, and if anyone would like to begin talking a little bit about how they take up that or help their students or their community members deal with that. Anybody want to start? Scott seems to be leaning forward, so I'm going to go to Scott.
Oh
He was
God,
probably just
I was actually just
scratching his ear.
stretching, but
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
This is a tough one. I mean, I was thinking a lot about something we discussed at a previous meeting about, like, you know, when are you a peacemaker and when are you a troublemaker, right? I think when a lot of people think of someone as a peacemaker, they think of someone who is quiet, maybe, and calm, and a troublemaker is the opposite of that. But I think this goes back to this idea of rebranding what peace really is, right? And when I was thinking about the peacemaker versus trouble, that thought kept on popping up when you're asking this question. It's interesting to phrase things like that because they're not opposites, being a peacemaker and being a troublemaker. In many cases, they're the same thing. One of the key values that we focus a lot on at Seeds of Peace is courage. And Shauna, you talked about Maya Satoro. She's our founder, and she talks about washing of the eyes and also leaning into our discomforts and being courageous and making things happen, taking action. And oftentimes, to create real change, to build real peace, it takes this courage to be a troublemaker, to step up and speak. I'm pretty sure Martin Luther King Jr. was considered a troublemaker by many, primarily those who wanted to maintain the status quo. To us, we see him as a peacemaker, right, or a peace builder. Just really quick, I hope I'm not going to take too much of the time, but here in Hawaii, we have this way of thinking that I think a lot about, and it's referred to as the A'ama crab theory. And let me give you a quick visual of this theory. You know, back when all of us were kids here in Hawaii, we used to camp on the beach pretty often, and we go crab hunting, and we catch dozens of crabs into this bucket. And if you watch a crab in a bucket or crabs in a bucket, an interesting thing happens. So one crab kind of claws its way up the wall, only to have other crabs drag it back down, right? And then another crab tries to claw its way up, and then another crab drags it back down. So nobody wins, right? Nobody stands out. And some people like to say, like, this is what Hawaii is like. You know, we're told to just be quiet, be peaceful, like, don't make any waves, don't be the kid in the front of the classroom raising their hand, don't be the one rocking the boat. Definitely don't be a standout, definitely don't be a troublemaker, right? And I'm obviously not a big fan of this theory. I don't think it's accurate. I don't think it's true because we have so many of these amazing trailblazers in Hawaii who have tried to climb up that wall and rock the boat and be a troublemaker and take action. So, you know, I celebrate that mindset. I also just want to finish by saying that I hope that I can be a good enough daddy. Maybe I'm coining this phrase myself now, but to be a troublemaking peace builder. I hope that she rocks the boat. I hope that she challenges the status quo. I hope that she goes against unpopular or goes against popular opinions if those popular opinions are wrong or unfair.
Thanks. Nice. Yeah, Sean.
I also just wanted to follow up on that. I think the good trouble that John Lewis talks about. I like what you're saying, Scott. And so many things came up as you were talking, but I think of relationships between ways that, I often think of the ways that the presence of social justice is what is needed. And in Hawaii, when I was teaching there, one of the things that I did, I had a lot of students who were they lived in Japan. They were Japanese nationals or from Thailand, and then they were going to school in Hawaii, and they had never experienced being around people who were homeless. And so we did a lot of work with the Micronesian homeless population and interacted a lot face to face, had gatherings, and the students did a lot of work to process their own like feeling of separateness. So I'm thinking about the ways that people others. There's so many ways that we other others, and their community seems separate from ours. So I think there are ways that we can bring people together that they may not be used to, they may be very uncomfortable with. And there will be, I think we can guarantee that there will be a lot of resistance to the actions that all of us take, as everybody's discussed. But there's good trouble, there's good ways to do that. And a panelist mentioned earlier, I believe it was Reva, she said not to pay too much attention to those that are giving us the resistance if we're doing something that's creating good trouble, So.
Yeah, thanks, Shauna. I was thinking of John Lewis as we were talking about this as well. I think one of the things I'll circle back if Luis or Joe want to build on this, but one of the things that I think is a missed opportunity or something that's very common I work with elementary teacher candidates. And it's not just in that audience, but very widely, this idea of that we need to be peaceful, to be peace builders. We need to have, both sides. This idea of like creating this false dichotomy between this or that, especially in the elementary group. Like we want to create a safe space for kids, so we don't want to take up difficult issues, or we don't want to take up challenging issues. And I think also a lot of my East Asian students that I work with talk about are very uncomfortable with this idea of critically challenging or critically analyzing structures of power or injustice. And of course, women are socialized and have been for centuries to be peaceful, and what that means is silent. So I think it's really important that to build on what everyone has been saying about the idea of not getting trapped into these binaries, and not getting entrapped into this idea that peacefulness or building peace means silence, because that is led us down very dangerous paths. And so instead of thinking of objectivity, thinking about motivation and relationship. How do we build relationship and rapport with people when we are challenging structures of power and in our work? So I don't know if Joe, we've got a couple of minutes left. I don't know if Joe or Luis maybe wants to build on this idea of how do you help your students understand that peace goes beyond the idea of absence of war and absence of violence? How do you help your students take on those battles that you yourselves are fighting? Luis.
Well, I'm gonna go with this response. In some of my classes, when a couple of students mentioned, I don't want to do this, when they are witnessing a kind of discriminatory act, they used to say, or when I asked them, what did you do? I just was watching the process. I was witnessing. And I asked them why. And they said, because I don't want to get into trouble. So in that way, they don't get into trouble. They don't get into out of the comfort zone they have. That is not the way to see peace. Because peace shouldn't allow to have those kind of oppression and discrimination and inequalities that we have right now. My work in the classroom to challenge them to move from witnessing things to be more aware of discrimination process and then jump to activism. It's kind of stages that they need to move forward. Because at the beginning, that idea, I don't want to get into trouble, or I don't want to create trouble. I don't want to, that is the justification. And for example, in one of the march that we organized in Mexico, we have a chant. When the people was walking and chanting, they said, no justice, no peace, no justice, no peace. That is my framework to see that peace is not to be coward or to do cowardly acts, avoiding the confrontation, but peace means that we need to keep fighting in non-violent ways to make justice to stay. That justice became something that we need to have in our life. That I cannot separate them. Peace is not just to be silent and allowing injustice going on. Peace is to have the strength to move forward and say, stop, this is not fine, this is not correct. It's embracing a kind of ethical commitment with the others, with yourself and with the others, but also with the nature that we are living. It's a more holistic thing for me.
Thanks, Luis. Joe, do you have any final thoughts or final comments that you wanted to share about this before I move on to the next final question?
I can make a couple of brief comments. It's pretty difficult to follow what's but I could just tell one little story. We were having kind of a symposium in our school, and we invited a fairly well-known critical educator to come and take part in the whole thing with us. And I picked him up at the airport. Alexina and I picked him up at the airport, and on the way back into the city, we said, like, we think we're critical educators, but when we're working with the youth, all they want is a TV and something to eat and maybe the old white picket fence kind of idea, maybe a nice car, but anything else they're not interested. But he said, well, what? Because they're kind of wounded. They've been pushed around and oppressed. He said, well, what you're doing with the food and the support and everything you do is you're creating the conditions for pedagogy to take place. And from there, with that support and with that example of peaceful work, they build on it and they become change makers and peace builders. And don't just blindly accept what's been put on them.
Thank you, Joe. That's a lovely way to finish. We're running out of time, but there was one last question, a number of little questions that are all related to the idea of what do you do to maintain your peace, your equilibrium, your balance in this work that you do. And it started with Shauna about the idea of mindfulness and mindfulness practice and how you use that in your work, both for yourself, but do you use that with other people? So maybe I'll start with Shauna, and then I'll, if anybody else wants to add to their own practice of maintaining equilibrium in doing this difficult work that we do.
I think that's it's a challenging question to answer very quickly. How I use mindfulness, but I want to say that peace is alive, and that we can't rest on our laurels, you know, when we're interacting with anybody, students, anybody, or if we happen to travel to a different place where the rules are different and the ways that people are treated are different everywhere. So it's something alive and engaged. And so I think it's really, mindfulness is a way of paying attention to myself and finding my own peace and sharing with others, but it's also a place of courage, you know, because I think if we know ourselves well, if we know our limitations and our strengths, and we can be very present, you know, in each moment. And I also am going to just refer back to the crabs in a bucket, because I love that. I use that a lot, and I think it takes courage to go against the grain, and that we also have to find the crabs that are going to push us up, you know, out of the bucket. So I look for good crabs, I guess, and I help others to do that too. I try.
Thank you, Shauna. Actually, maybe we should close there. I think that was a perfect metaphor for the kind of work that we're running out of time. I'm mindful of our time. I'm supposed to be wrapping up now. Like the idea of all of us being the crab that helps other crabs climb up out of the bucket. And how do we do that? And recognize that it's a struggle to climb up out of that bucket. So I just want to thank everyone on this panel, Joe Cloutier, Scott Nishimoto, Shauna Kummer, and Luis Huerta, for a great conversation today. I wish we had a couple more hours to chat a little bit more about your stories and your experiences. I am also just going to say that there's the lovely quote by David Orr, who and I share this with my teacher candidates as well a lot, about the idea that we're helping our students be successful, but to not lose the idea of success in like sort of like getting a car and $1 million house and whatever, but that the world right now does not need more successful people, but it needs peacemakers, healers, restorers, storytellers, and lovers of every kind. It needs people who live well in their places. It needs people of moral courage willing to join the fight to make the world habitable and humane. And all these qualities have little to do with the way that we talk about success. So today I'm also participating in the Relay Fast. My husband and I are participating in the Relay Fast. And we're fasting to raise awareness about the need for us to develop a more respectful relationship with our planet, with our Earth. And we are raising money and awareness for a local coalition group that is trying to protect the waters and the green belt in our area. So I am also participating in the Relay Fast, and I hope everyone else will as well. So thank you so much again, everyone, for a great conversation. It's been a real pleasure, I have to say, everybody, to be in conversations with all of this great panelists over the last few weeks. So I hope that we will be dancing together someday soon. And I'll hand it back to Salima and Annie.
Thanks, Leanne. Thank you to all the panelists for this great discussion and all the stories that you shared with us. Before we wrap up this, I actually want to point out that Leanne is actually an artist herself. So I was just I was just wondering, you're kind of alluding to it. There's dancing and there's, you know, other stuff that's going on. I was just wondering, I mean, you also, you know, try to incorporate art making or, you know, kind of creative forms as part of your practice. Can you talk a little bit about just kind of how, like, I think you're also working with students from a pretty vast background, especially now with the online environment. I think your initial, you know, broad group has become even broader. So kind of how do you create this practice, and I think you've alluded to it as well, that there are cultural expectations of what education means or what education is for. How do you kind of bring these different students of different expectations come together in the same room virtually now?
Well, I'm much more comfortable asking the questions, everybody. I'm sure everyone knows. I love asking questions. So it's much harder to be on the other side. No, but in all seriousness, I really echo everything that everybody has been saying about, I think, the power of using creative means for having people explore difficult things. I also used similar to Scott, to the C's, collaboration, critical analysis. So my research was with a group of girls. So I used photography and film with a group of high school girls of various backgrounds to explore issues that they were facing in their lives. And it was very informed by critical pedagogy. So it was arts informed and participatory methodology with youth. So we did a photography project looking at issues of gender inequality, but they brought up issues of race, they brought issues of class, they brought everything to the table. And it was, what's really amazing about the arts is, and I'm sure everybody here can attest to that, is that, you try to, initially I have a certain question, and I had the idea of what would come out of that question. And then through the process, all manner of things come out. And then we start talking about relationships, and then we start talking about sex, and then we start talking about power. So you're working with 14-year-old girls, and you just don't know where that conversation is going to go. And it's all relevant to what you're talking about. So even though you're talking about issues of citizenship, and that's why I was so interested to hear how all of you are blending the academic spaces and language and world to your real lives and your real work with students. So you have the theories of citizenship and this and that, and then you go and you sit with a group of high school girls talking about it, and it goes in a lot of different directions. And that is the power of the arts. And it's all relevant. It's not data that you exclude from your work, right? Like you bring it, it's very holistic. And so just to echo what everyone has been saying, I think it's embodied, it's relational, it's emotional, it's not just intellectual. So I think it's really important to do that. So
that's great. Thank you. Thank you for answering that on the fly. I know that wasn't exactly, planned as part of the program. So
I'm a wannabe artist, Annie. Wannabe.
No, I wouldn't. I would take out the wannabe portion of that label. I've seen your work, so you absolutely are a great artist. So I want to, before we move on to the next music segment, I want to just remind people to take part in the 200-year present. I don't know what this thing is. It's kind of this word map. I don't know if I can actually share the screen to show people what it looks like right now. So can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Great. So this is what's going on, or what we've got so far. So it's, I think, speaking of just making connections and all that, it's pretty amazing. Just a few words from each person, and we're already seeing some of the different connections and, again, unexpected directions that are coming together. We have a picture of marshmallow that we talked about food this morning. We're talking about hope for the future and just looking forward, and also kind of making the commitment to the struggle together, and that we all have actions that we can take. So this is fantastic. It's a bit of a piece of abstract art, I presume. So, but this is great. When I think this just shows that when we come together and when we work together, we can create something just absolutely fantastic. So with that, I will wrap up the second panel. So thank you to all the speakers, and thank you to Leanne for moderating. It's great to hear all your stories. It's just wonderful. So I'm sure I'll see you soon. Bye. So Salima will introduce the next music segment, and that will be a bit of a break before we go to our final panel.
Awesome. And thank you also to our audience members and participants. And in going back to what Annie was saying, please feel free to continue to add to the 200-year present in the chat box. And we'll continue to add your thoughts onto that interactive whiteboard.